My screen is black. Oh, there we go. I really should have a starting up screen and an ending screen. Maybe I'll set that up for tomorrow. Today is just a simple day. Well, maybe not. Maybe. Oh, we'll see. But now I'm wearing a robe because it's cold. Weirdly windy outside. But just a start for today. See if this is game capture. Today, well, first I completely forgot to put the pedestrian bridge, so I'm gonna do that. I will work on this area. I'm going to convert a highway into 3 lanes. I am noticing a lot more car traffic on this road, like here. They're jumbling up each other over here. Just to go to turn right. When I did set up these signs, I mean, they make sense. However, noticing a lot of cars are taking this ramp. Actually, I forgot. The name is actually different. Sure, this is downtown, but this avenue is also where this road is going. I do not think I will call it Raymond Hunter Street. That is too long of a name. So maybe I can go with the order of like naming things by number. I mean, I could do that, but usually I would do that for areas that, like a city that's larger, like a larger mass city. This one's kind of small in size. If I were to do numbers, it would probably be horizontal, but vertical, I could do letters. They're vertical. Maybe this could be Avenue A. However, I personally would want the Avenue A to be the longest one, usually. Just the way it is, I'd rather it be longer, but... So Avenue A. Avenue B is not that. These are just... I'm just gonna name these streets right now. D. Pull this back. Avenue E will most likely will be the longest one. I wish it was Avenue E is a little weird. I don't know. I'm not sure about Avenue E. E doesn't sound like an important road, if you know what I mean. Like, I feel like this road belongs to A or B or even D. But E sounds a little off, but that's fine. But this one, Avenue E, F. So F will curve. Just F will do this side. Avenue G. Avenue H. Okay, so this is Avenue I, it looks like. Avenue I will be this longer. That's fine if it goes up here, I don't mind that. However, usually roads would change name. It did enter a different county once it passed here. But I think I will keep the same aesthetic with the names. So this will be Avenue J. I can go up to here. All of these roads that are going horizontal will be different. Okay. I don't know if I want this to be Avenue L. There's J. J, K, L is close. Maybe... okay, that's fine. Avenue L. Be here. But it also cuts off and continues here. I'm gonna make... maybe not. To this. I'll continue here. Avenue M.
Instead, I invested my energy into getting you the lowest prices possible on athletic gear.
And
Unlike the local sports teams, you can count on us every year.
now here, I don't know if I want this to be a road.
I'll never drop the ball on.
Let me stop at Avenue N for now. Well, here's O and P. So, you know, I'll go with O. So this will be Avenue P. Or Avenue P will be long. Maybe from here I'll turn it into a P. The P will turn into an actual name. Say Avenue P will turn into... We're gonna have more P, I guess. The name of these counties. I'm gonna start with a P. Let's go... Parkside. Parkside Avenue. So the name will convert. So maybe I'll do the same thing with E. Once E reaches here, the name will change. Change is something that starts with an E. Nothing here has an E. Trying to get some... Names are really hard to come up with, like when you're going off the bat. So... It's on a hill. There a letter E that sounds like a hill. Some kind of synonym. Evergreen. Spelled green wrong. Evergreen Avenue. Yeah, that's fine. Maybe here we'll do the same thing. This is Avenue F. Avenue F will continue, but a different name. I'll probably do the same for these too. Avenue F, a name that starts after F. Oh wait, Fairview. Perfect. Fairview. I forgot to update the stream title again. This is day 12. Gotta stop doing that. Fairview Avenue. Here, I completely forgot about this one. I skipped a whole letter. This was supposed to be G. I guess this can be an actual name. Maybe, like, 4th Street. Maybe even place. Place can use on this side as well. Then make it pass over on this side. I'm just trying to get a little naming scheme done, so that everything could be labeled out correctly when I name everything. So this is Avenue G. And also, plan is, once all the avenues cross this road, the name will completely change into whatever the avenue was. So here, for example, it's Avenue P. After this road, it turns into Parkside Avenue. Starts the P. Same thing here. Avenue E. Evergreen. Port Place, that's fine. Fairview Avenue. Now the G. And naming on the spot is difficult. All has to be avenue. I don't want to make it street, so it can be road as well. Make simple. Ray. H. Island. Perfect. Highland Avenue. Now I. Past this point, the name will change to something different. We can stop right here. I don't know. What is the name that starts with an I? Jeez. Uh, I'm stomach. I don't know. Let's put for an I. That's gonna be a hard thing to think. I names that start with I. This doesn't make sense for a name, but interlock. Go with that. This is L. L is the short one, so let's continue L over here. I actually don't mind L turning. I'm gonna keep it like that. L. L. I can't think of a name. We random. Look at the batteries. Lithium. This is. That. Q. Avenue Q. Avenue R. Okay, beyond here the name is different. Hopefully I don't run out of the alphabet. I think I'll be fine. And this will just be easy. It's just Railroad Avenue. Oops. Next to the railroad. I think that's... Oh, it does do this. This is a bike road, so this has a weird texture with this road. I'm not sure what causes that, but it's just a texture problem. Okay, so now the sideways roads. So this will always be Riverside Drive. I don't know if I will call this First Avenue. It does cut off in quite a few places. This one is the original First Avenue, so I'm just gonna leave it like that. So this is First Avenue. First Avenue. I don't mind First Avenue going all across there like that. Second Avenue. That I put and. At least Second Avenue, yes. Second Avenue cuts off. Use on the other side. Oh, it goes up to there. Okay. Probably cuts off again and continues here. I'm just gonna keep the same naming scheme going across. Third Avenue. Third Avenue is usually known for being a large road. Let's not go down there though. Third Avenue will end on First Avenue. Enough? No, maybe not. Come across. Third Avenue will end up there.
This next one's for all you high
Fourth Avenue.
high rollers. You're listening to the sweet sounds of paradise. Keep it tuned right where it's at.
This is Canal Street. I'm gonna keep it like that. Fourth Avenue, go there. This little patch will be Fifth Avenue. Fifth Avenue will continue to be the one that kind of separates. It'll be that extra road. So here's a go. Fifth Avenue. Here as well. Fifth Avenue. This is Avenue O. So. Is it? Avenue N. That should be good. The names are completed. Now, the goal for today. I'm going to convert all of these into 3 lanes. Right now. I don't want to use Ron because it'll mess up my other 3 lanes, which I don't want. So we'll just do it normally, manually. It'll be 3 lanes for a distance, quite a while. Convert this back down to just a basic lane. The good thing here is that I can just do this now. Prevent them from merging anymore. Okay, this will continue to be 3 lanes. However, I will extend the entrance ramp into 4. 3 lanes going across. Oh, this will be 4 lanes. Let me do that here. 4 lanes with an extra lane outside. Same here. 4 lanes with an extra lane. We'll have to redraw these lines. But I don't mind yet. Luckily I don't have to change anything. They all seem to go in line, which is nice. Except for maybe here. Hmm. Oh, right there. Cool. I press Control S, but they like to do something. They like to be a little wonky when I do that. So if I do it, well, let me first convert this back. 3 lanes. And this will be 4 lanes. So if I do Control S, it'll do this instead of what I want it to do. I mean, I honestly don't have to alter the lanes on this portion, but I do it to prevent like people from cutting across here or even doing this. That does get annoying sometimes. This could be fine there. I don't think I have to move anything else. Once I do this, it should be a lot easier. It's a... Oh no, that's gonna be annoying actually. Oh, that's gonna be annoying. Okay, I'll have to bring this back one more again. I hate it when no controller does this sometimes. The same thing over here. This one, fine. Four lanes. Yeah, so to prevent this kind of congestion from happening, this is a larger road that is passing through the center of the city. So I'm just doing this for the... Oh, jeez, I see it right here too. I can't bring it back. Oh. I don't like doing this though. This portion was fine, but... Okay, that's fine. As long as the bridge portion doesn't overlap with anything. Like this. This is what I hate. Nodes are close, but they're not red, so it should be fine. I'm gonna keep that there so it doesn't do this. And unpause. We have to change this. Not change it, but add to it. I could replace the downtown with the name of the street that it's going off of, that all these people are trying to get onto, which is Avenue I. I might just call it Avenue I, to be honest. I don't think I'll interlock Avenue. I believe this is C5. However, this does need to be above here, so I'm going to bring these up a little bit. Bring this down a little bit. Right here. All like to go... Where are they going? Oh, the arena. They have no way to exit, so I really should make this exit. If I put this exit here, they should take pass up here instead of coming across here. No, they might still do this to be. It's game day, apparently. Next match. Wait. Oh yeah, it's happening. I forgot. This is month. What's happening? 3 months, which is not a long time in this game for some reason. I do hope they fix that next game. Let me put a pedestrian path right here. I don't want only cars to be entered in this area. I do want people to take the train as well. Pass under this portion. That height should be fine. But I do want to see at least one pillar. There is one there, but it's not showing. I do want more than one though. He's wooden. I could, but it doesn't seem too professional, if you know what I mean. But it's a nice design for the area. Oh, you know what? Wooden is fine. Yeah, it's a nice patch too, so it's fine. Next up, let's go over here. So, to do this, I am going to make this exit now. But the exit, I don't think I want it to be a large exit. They're still finding their way to get themselves stuck here. They all want to go into this lane. My lanes are fine. They should be switching lanes, but they're switching so abruptly. Specifically in this spot. Because this node is too close. And then go at least one closer. I believe they're all going to the Glass Eye Arena. No, one plaza, Glass Eye.
It's also a metaphor.
Glass Eye.
Up here among the
Most of them are going to the Glass Eye Arena.
look down on all the little people going about their lives. It makes me wonder. Have they
Now for this exit,
advertised their
let me pause the game. I want to see if I can make some of them come up here if they wanted to.
packaging risk with diversified intangibles?
So let's put an exit lane right here.
Miles, everybody walks their own path in this life.
Maybe
An asset in this
maybe this would be a U-turn
things that it's just best to
or just a giant U. So maybe put it here instead.
So on that note, let's get back to the music. This next one is for the little guys.
Say from here. I'll come out, go wrap around, come back in. Like this. So back it up. That's fine. That's wide enough. Let's go from here. This will be a 2. Maybe because I do want some kind of specific priority. I don't want them all. Sometimes some exits will have a non-priority to all entrances onto the road. Same thing for the highway. Let's say I want cars to come up from here to enter on the highway. But what if I don't want cars from here to enter on the highway? But that seems stupid, to be honest. Just 3 lanes. Come 4. It will be close enough for them to switch onto the all the way on the right or left. Here, I do want to make an exit here, to be honest. That way they don't have to go through the city to come all the way across. But it's nice when they do that. You see more cars in the outside roads, but I don't think they would do that. I think they just come up here and take this exit instead. But this is just another way shorter. Shortening the time it takes to get there. You do say it's best to give people choices. However, it is good to have some restrictions to those choices as well. Restrictions can positive outflow. Now here, I do not want ramp coming across here. It has to be coming from the back. This one is too far, so there is a point to putting one here. However, I did make this ramp a little ugly, so I'm gonna try this. I actually never done this, but I believe there's a mirror. Mirrored against. Should have put a note in the middle. Mirrored against this road. Then I can bring it back. It is too close still. Let's make it run into this portion right here, this corner. runs into this node. Touch it. Turn off this curving. I don't like that. However, now I also need a point to come up to here. It'll probably go up to right there. Again, overlapping, it's fine. Rid of that. Maybe even for here, maybe do the same thing. However, these do look similar to other exits. It looks similar to this one. Well, not really. This one's completely different, so maybe it's fine. I try not to make all my exits look the same. Okay. Exits. Exit here. Yeah, so these should... I'm gonna remove this node, it's too close. And that's fine. If there is one thing that I want to happen in this city, that I do need a higher population. I'm starting to see, like, once you notice a decline in money, I'm realizing that I have too much office, too much commercial, but not enough residents. So nothing's being paid. So I do want to increase my population. I'm gonna bring these all down to the parents node. They match the height, and then slope it up how I want. Here it'll be a little bit different. This one was a little bit tricky. Let me remove these trees. These are 2 lanes. However, I will make them these kinds of roads. Cross. Same here. And just like that. This is a little bit hilly. It's a little hilly from the start, which I don't want. Also, one of these traffic lights has to change. I can't have one facing backwards. It makes the game a little weird, a little finicky. But I do want to bring this down to slope it. Ease the height at 0.2. And yeah, 0.2. And we can go the rest. 0.2. It's fine. Separate these. I will have only lanes that enter on this ramp. Crossing is disabled, yeah. I don't know why. Crossing just likes to show on this bridge for some reason. I don't mind it here. And I will decrease the speed limit again. I don't want it to speed on this road. And unpause it. Oh, let me demo first. Can I stop doing that? Here as well. I don't want them making a weird U-turn, which they do sometimes. Also, we'll make this a little bit wider. Maybe here as well. Yeah.
Smashed PC sales records and took the industry by storm. Now the hit equine economic simulator has a new
Not set to the middle.
that delves into the cutthroat world of real estate.
Do the same thing here.
Stable markets.
I will draw these in. That's like probably the last thing I'll do, honestly.
Real estate empire. Can you spin your holdings into
And I should set this to
Can you work your way
pass through without stopping between.
As a property mogul, spreadsheets have never been hotter.
And
Pre-order
that's
free horse hat,
it
horse economy 3, stable
for this
market,
exit. So for this neighborhood,
LA.
it will be just a simple neighborhood. I don't think I want to go any unique style for these neighborhoods that are over here.
Welcome to paradise. This is your host, Miles
I am curious to see
High. Another letter from our
once they figure out their
Here's one
mess. Let
telling
me put a railing here just for
Miles,
decoration.
you sound like a millionaire or something.
We'll put the
Doing well,
double-sided railing.
Jay.
I could use a concrete barrier, but
Truth, Jelly. I may know about
I
portfolio
don't think I need that.
diversification and foie gras a la mode, but I've always felt like I should be riding a whale.
When it comes to railing, you do want the side that is going off onto a bridge to be connected first. So, say like here, you want it to be closer to this side, since this side is oncoming traffic and there is nothing down here. And the same goes for this side. Oncoming traffic, so you want it to come from this side instead. I did upgrade this to 3 lanes. They are all going to the same place, hence this line, because they're all going up here. So I kind of made this exit just to... so they can come this way as well. Yeah, the glass eye arena, so that's good. As long as they're taking this exit to come here, they'll come up and around instead of taking all the way down here and coming around to go up there. This way will probably still be faster, but some people will take this way. I was just too late to catch it, but I guess the next game, I'll catch it. I will put a street beyond this road. It might connect to this one, to be honest. No bike lane, nothing too large. I will make it an asymmetrical road. There's a hill here, I believe. Yeah, this is a hill. Hills. I did say I was going to not touch forest. My collision is on, so there must be a bunch of trees hidden somewhere. Yeah. Hopefully that's not the case. Let me see. Oh, there's a lot of trees hidden. I didn't change these lanes. Let me do that. I don't want parking. Oh yeah, I don't want parking. Large avenue is not needed. I honestly like these bridges. The USRP 4-lane. They're really nice looking. Yeah, these bridges, they're really nice. They do have parking as well. One without parking. Oh, they all have parking. Oh, but they also fill in this gap, which is actually... Let me do that for this road, honestly. Let me put this bridge. It does remove the crosswalk, which is nice. Traffic lights are different. I can change them, but... These lights are a little strange to fix. So, with these lights, they only see these lights up close. If I were to continue this road across, the lights would be inverted. So, if this is green, this would be red. Which is why I often don't use this road. Unless I change the lights myself. So, let me... I'll leave it for now. I'll leave it the way you are. I will... Let me convert these roads. I'll stop right there. No. Well. Okay, let's go. I'll stop right there. I just like this bridge, basically. It is thin, which is nice. Here, for example. They're all going to change green, but if I were to make it a timed traffic light, it wouldn't like that. Turn. This will turn as well, however, I do want this side to be different. Okay, beyond here, this is basically a highway, so let's do the highway road. I will always use... I don't think I've... Do I use this? No, I don't use that. I'll use these. So here, it makes sense to have one turn, one go straight. However, here, I do not think I will make them turn because they could have turned from this point over here. So they should go straight from here. From here, they can turn. However, they cannot go left because you could have went left from here. I want to give them that kind of choice, that kind of priority. Auto saving, so I can't touch anything, but that's the kind of priority I want to give them. Put this into the correct bridge. I feel like seeing the concrete bridges more than the standard bridges, but these are a different road. But I like the bridges. Make this come back. I don't want to see a giant wall. Slope. Or slopes. The road could be bigger here, to be honest, but I think it'll be fine for now. Let's make this a roundabout. I think a roundabout here will make sense. A little too small. The portions over here will be connected, touching basically. So let's go 50. 50 should be large enough. Two-lane roundabout. Two-lane should be fine. Often cases you put more lanes on the incoming traffic on the roundabout. Since there's 2 lanes on the outside over here, you put 3 lanes, but over here they're both 1 lane. I don't think there's a reason to put 3 lane if there's going to be 1 lane. Could set their priorities over here. Let's go. In case somebody wants to come around this way, I'm going to put it as going straight as well, but both lanes will turn. The higher priority. No priority for the highway. Instead, I'm going to do this. I'm going to make it yield the highway instead. No right turn. They'll go here instead. Again, I'm going to decrease the speed limit, which is 50. 50 is fine, but let's go 45. This node is kind of close. Here, no right turn. They should have turned here. If you missed your chance, so bad. Same thing here. Let's go 45 here. 65 is too fast. Convert this into a yield. Single speed. And this will be a turn lane. High priority to the highway. This can be a turn lane only for this side and make them come through easily. Same thing here. Not here though. Only here. Since they're yielding, I don't want them to have too much priority entering this road. Okay. So this area. Okay, avoiding the trees. I can basically put housing here, a lot here, and some here with the station as well. Station connected? Yes, it is. Okay. So let's see. The goal, maybe I could sneak a road in here, have some houses, and maybe put a road passing through here. I did mention, I don't want to touch the trees too much. The trees in the outside areas. I want to keep them where they are. I want to build around them. This road, come across the train. No railroad crossing. Railroad crossing would work here, but it's too deep in a trench, so I'll just make it a bridge over. Just connect to this road. Which this road, well, it does connect to the highway as well, so which is good. It is a asymmetrical road, so this bike lane will continue to travel east. So this road will touch down. We'll keep the bike aesthetic. Okay. I'll do that. I'll keep that like that. It might be too close, too far. That's fine. This road will continue straight. However, there isn't enough space for housing if I were to do this. I could make this road go alongside the railroad, make certain portions bridge across, or make right here a railroad crossing since it is kind of leveled at this point. I think that might be the best choice. So let's do this. Go straight across. Curve with it. That way I can enter this neighborhood on this same road without having to go all the way up here. This road will be an important road. And it's a bike lane too, which is a plus. Now, in here, rail crossing. So from here, I can put a stop sign. Make a road come through here. The terrain is fairly fair. Here's a little bump, so I don't want to go straight through, so let's make it curve around. There is a rail crossing right here. I will have to change this track into something more refined, but there'll be a rail crossing there. I continue straight across. This track will have to change. It's also on a slope, which is a problem for the train. Hopefully, which it never works out correctly, but hopefully the tracks slope instead, not the road. But it always ends up being the road. I want this to go down smoothly, but it doesn't. I don't think sloping does not work for red and yellow, which I wish it did, but it doesn't, so it's a little bit annoying, but I will have to set these two match road heights. And this will have to come to height for the station, which will be difficult. It is sharp. Be a little bit difficult. That's 4.5 curve. And this is already pretty sharp itself. It's like a little fork coming across there. What if I bring this across? The steel will go in the sand. But let's see. Hopefully by not too much. As long as the steel is visible, I think it's fine. But it does look like it just falls into like a pit. So it does look strange, especially when you're on the train, it'll look weird. The slope did change when I moved that, so... One solution... Yeah, it's already going over. Yeah, the train already messed up. One solution is to bring this station further back and to give more space, which is... or most likely will be the case, which I might have to do. Let's bring this back. I could honestly delete this node. I don't need this node. And then maybe it'll slope a little bit better. But from this train's angle, when you look at it, it kind of just inclines really steep. Which I kind of don't want. What if I just made it go up a little bit? Same thing here. What if I just make this go down a little bit? I don't mind this side, because this side's just going free falling. Not by much, but enough. As long as this goes down here, it should be... That's already 3. It'll be at least 3.4, 3.2. That's fine. But here, I don't mind too much. Eh. Here, hopefully it's a little better. Okay, 2.7. That's good. The train will stop because I accidentally deleted a node. It's not gonna... This station isn't built yet, so... Is it? Oh, it is. But I don't think it stops here. I think it's confused. Yeah, it's still going somewhere, so it's confused. I might have to delete it so it fixes itself. Yeah, let me delete it now before it does something. It confused the rest of the trains on this track. We'll bring this back so the catenary can spawn. Go. With this being the case, this neighborhood comes from here, comes up out here. There is one over here. This road will merge with this road, so this will be an important road coming across. They both touch here. Same here. This will also be an important road. I'm gonna try to refrain from using traffic lights over in these areas. So for here, I'm going to use stop signs only on this road. This road shouldn't have a stop sign. It is facing the railroad crossing. Would have too much traffic if I put a traffic light there. Or a stop sign, always stop. I don't think it's... I could put a two-way stop. Like saying the opposing traffic does not stop. Only this side stops. It seems redundant in that case. This case. Let's form... not a grid, but a layout that kind of meshes with this hill. So I'm going to continue this road going straight. However, it does turn a little bit slightly. So let's go from here. A little bit forward. Let's bring this back by a few. Let's go up here. From here, then it kind of just turns. Not by much. I at least need it to grid. Correctly, maybe I'll stop here. Using the suburban streets now. There was one road. This road. Being honest, I don't know what to do with this road. This road could just be like a facility road. So I could put garbage disposal here. Could put whatever else is needed. So maybe I'll do that now because they're always asking for garbage. And my garbage is kind of far. All the way over here. It would be nice to have one closer to the city. I could put garbage and post office honestly over here, but I want to save the post office for a larger area that I have in mind up ahead. No industrial buildings over here, no warehouses over here. Yeah, I'll probably just put garbage in this area. Garbage and maybe some of the treatment plants, which I didn't check it in a while, so. Yeah, so treatment plants and garbage over here. So treatment plants are usually found next to water, a water source or flowing water. So I'll put that there. I don't know if it'll connect anything. Maybe I can connect back here, but that doesn't seem optimal. It's like a bad idea to do that. I could make a bridge across and maybe connect to this roundabout. Not a bad idea. Yeah, not a bad idea. The garbage can connect to here, which will spread over here too as well, instead of just going back here. Here's what I can do. I can continue leaving this as a bridge and make it pass under here. So let's do that. Keep this as a bridge at this point. Get rid of this railing. The same and bring it back up here. And then just kind of plateau this hill. And that should be deep enough for a garbage truck to pass under. I'm gonna use the industrial roads since seems right. Garbage truck. Don't want important roads on that road. Well, important things on that road. No cars should really pass on this road, to be honest. Cars do pass here to turn around, but maybe I could put like a nice, what's it called, leisure space. But no, trains are over here. I would think that would make a lot of noise. That's a lot of turns. You hear the screeching all the time. I'll make this industrial. Maybe over here I'll put leisure. It's not now. For now, let's continue with the industrial. Or I guess combustion in this case.
You're listening to Paradise Radio. Do you have what it takes to climb the highest mountain and swim the deepest ocean? And you've tuned into the right place.
Let's see.
Whether
This
you're
goes
mountaineer
here. I do need to
or
figure out how big the water source is.
we have the music to
I'm
fill
going to use a large inland treatment. However, I do want it to at least kind of fit correctly. I'll put the garbage on the inside. The water will be close to the water. And I do want at least some kind of foundation. Ooh, I'm burping a lot today. I do want some kind of foundation to be laid down for these. These can rest. This axis. I will flatten this out a little bit. I want to see corners sticking out from this thing. It would be nice to kind of shrink this river a little bit, get a higher flow. Larger flow rates instead of something that goes so slow. So let me shrink this a little bit. Not too much, but just enough. Okay, so this is already inside of it. Let's go up to here. Here, I do not think I will have space for this one. So let's... These ones are a little stubborn. I try not to use a small one, but nothing's wrong with a small one. I believe it just... Nothing's wrong with this one, to be honest. I just oftentimes don't use it. And neglect it, honestly. However, I'll probably just put one and place it vertical. Get rid of this one. I don't think I need this many. I could put one over here, actually. I could actually put another one of these over here. Oh well, so large. Let me just lay out my stuff. So garbage. What is this? Waste to energy. What is this? That looks a little too industrial. I'll put that somewhere else. This one is fine. Japanese one, fine too. This one, I like the way this one looks. It does come with parking lots as well, which is nice. And let's go with the city recycling. Get 2 of these. I don't want to get a little too much, but I feel like this is enough. Recycling, let's put that in the back. I do want these off the main road to exit this place, so let's put that on the side. This one is fine here, facing this way. Put these ones a little further back. I did have the entire pack, an assortment of like a garbage facility. However, I did get rid of them because they were assets that I'd never really use. But I could turn this entire place into a garbage facility if I wanted to. But not now. It's just a garbage dump. Which one is real? Which one works? I think it's this one. Yeah, this one. I'll get rid of this one. Or recycling. This is recycling, that's recycling. However, this area is a little blank if I did that. So maybe I could put some form of power in this area. Nothing too drastic. Nothing like a nuclear power plant. I don't want that here. Solar updraft will look strange over here. It will look strange. Wind won't look strange, but there's no wind here, so it seems out of place. I could use these, the geothermal plants. These ones would work here. Are long, so let's go with this direction. Just 2. I do want to keep this 4 space available. This, I don't know if I could put this down. Yeah. Oh, wait, I have that. I can bring this road back 1. Make it comb over. I want to put these back to back, so a little bit further. If I keep going, I'll be on a hill, so let me flatten this. Didn't want to, but left me no choice. I'm gonna use this so I can see how far it is. Good enough. This does seem out of place right there. I'm gonna get rid of that one. This area does need, I'm not sure what else it would have just to make it look different. I mean, it does need a fire department over here, honestly. But in terms of fire department, I could just standard building the standard fire department. I personally don't use this in my cities. Like, I don't use this in areas like this. I usually use a custom one or the Plaza and Promenade one because I really like this building, but not in this area. I'll use the brick design for this area. I do not believe I need police over here, to be honest. They kind of just find their way over here. I don't want any form of water supply in here. Too much bad water nearby. I could put this, the flooding building. I don't even know what it's called. A plumbing service. Okay. And it does fit quite nicely. I'm gonna space it 4 away. I will put the fire department right here, possibly. Now I could as well place some form of decoration and parking here. Here's why I will always use these parks. In the parking, hopefully people do not drive up here to park their car. I should just set it to only cars and, well, disable cars for this road. Entry onto this road from the city. To be honest, I feel like I really should get rid of this bridge. I feel like it'll be a little strange to have one road come into the city, but I don't need it. I could do this portion instead of down here. Let me do that. I'm gonna have this road. Let me do something like this, just to resemble that it was planned in progress, but plan went away. Continue the correct grid. I come across. From here, I'm gonna use the industrial-looking bridge, just the standard. Us. Now I could make one truss. I guess that's fine. I want to disable... Well, I don't know if I want to disable cars, to be honest, now. I have to move this over. I do want specific trucks on this road. I usually do not use vanilla trucks, so... In this case, I'm going to take the recycling trucks. And for waste management or transfer, I'm going to use these. I like those trucks. This one. See that one. And that's good. And pause. Let me bring this to this roundabout. I don't want a turn-only lane. I do want them to go straight. Let me do this. Seems a little redundant to make it a turn-only for vehicles that won't go that way. Just to make sure they don't do that, I'm going to disable cars on this side, actually. I don't want cars entering the city from this road. Pick any road, but not this one. Let's go with delivery trucks as well. I don't want delivery trucks past here. Same, well, taxi. That's right, taxis. I don't have a taxi depot. Taxi depot would be good. I don't know if I would want that over here. There's a lot of garbage trucks. Goodness. I don't know if I want a taxi depot over here. It would work over here, though. This is a larger island with a lot of depots, so maybe I could put a taxi depot. I do have some taxi depots that can hold more cars. Like the default one holds... How much? I have to put it down, I see. 25. This one. I'll put it next to the bus depot. So this one holds 50, so just 15, 25, double. Didn't mean to do that. I do have specific New York City taxis. Each taxi depot, I like to send out different taxi in different colors. I usually assign them to different areas. I'll just place them along here. Do one as well. I have 4 different ones, so I guess for now I'll start with 4. So I send all the Priuses under 1. Next one, I have 4. Next one, the Sienna, just the green variants. This one, the other Sienna variants. That's usually what I do. They all should spawn, and then if people want to use taxis anyway, they'll spawn. Actually kind of curious. Do they... I hope they don't take this. This will be very busy to the point where this hand might never lift up. Honestly, I should just remove this junction, but I kind of like it. It doesn't look like they will. They most likely come this way, so which is nice. Or take the bridge across. Also nice as well. Alter Richardson. Oh, he's somewhere over here. I didn't see where he was. But now to continue this area, so garbage is getting there. The accumulation of this traffic, though, they don't want to block the road. I'll allow them to block the road here. I don't mind that. Here they can go through. They will stop repeatedly. They will stop there too. Let's allow it. I'll allow it. It will become a problem eventually when, like this, but there won't be this many garbage trucks coming out at once next time, so it'd be fine. As long as no cars come down here, it's fine. Road coming up here. I need the station to be put right there, so I need a road at least right here to take care of this problem that it's having. I usually try to keep the bike lane right on it. You match the pattern.
No matter what stage of life you're in, we have the perfect noodles for you. From birthday noodles to wedding noodles, all the way to those most
This
fun
road.
of noodles.
Let me stop right back here.
Every occasion has a noodle at yakisoba,
Here,
so experience something different.
we'll do
Yakisoba.
this.
It literally means fried noodles.
I'm not following any grid whatsoever. The rural side. I'm just gonna go across. I come across. Go straight through. Maybe even just run into here, to be honest. I'll take here because there's a hill right here. Just run into that. Yeah, nothing formal. Same here. I don't think I'll. This will just be a basic road, to be honest. This will be the main road, so nothing can come up through there. Here, I don't think this should be a bike lane. This will be the neighborhood road. I could put houses inside of here. Again, I want to try to avoid the... I want to try to avoid changing the topography. This will be too close to this railroad crossing. I don't know if I can do this. Maybe if I come up and over, I can do that. That might work. So I'll try that. I'm gonna try to keep the grid lines a little bit far apart from each other. I want to have like a little backyard. Not too far. 2 blocks is fine. Again, I want to keep some of these trees. Bike lane is not needed for this road. However, they will, if they wanted to the bike, they can, but this road won't be a bike lane. Actually, I don't even know if it's... I guess it's fine as 2 lanes. I'm gonna do this. It is a hill right here. It's going up, across. Just like that. Now, in cases like these, I will get rid of these trees. I want to kind of force the main road to go through, but other than that, roads with houses, I won't destroy the trees. Here, this is a main road, so go across. The houses will spawn from below and above. Now here, this is a case where I might have to remove some trees because I can't fit a neighborhood in here. Let's say I want to cross down here. Let's go over here since I have more real estate. I could fit some houses right here. I could also go back here, kind of just make like a curve points. 23 by 20 and 20. This could be a neighborhood in itself. However, the trees would be in the way. I'm gonna try not to do this though. I shouldn't move the trees at all. I really want to build a house. Maybe I'll go up to this point and stop. Topography will be a problem, but I will try to ignore it. It is difficult to build on terrain. Like for here example, I don't think... Well, here is fine. It's not too steep. However, didn't make any... That was weird. I guess there could be houses in the back. Then it kind of comes back up from here, so let's do this. Let's do that. I'm gonna take away some trees on this road. We'll put some housing right here. And right here. Something up there, and some over here, and right here. Same thing alongside here. And all along this back end right here. Be housing. Okay, this part kind of too much, but this is a separation. I want to keep these divided. Yeah, I don't think I could put anything in here. I want to avoid trees. If anything, I could just draw in more trees just to make it more dense. Which would look nice. Density is a nice thing to have. However, it does lag when I do this, but it makes it look like a real forest. And looking through it, it's really dark in there. And from above as well. It does increase, well, decrease frame rate, but not by much. And if you have a tree LOD, then it won't affect you as much until you get to, like, the zoomed in area. Now for the back. Here I have all the real estates, which is nice. So let's go from here. Straight across. Straight across. The train is the barrier. Nothing can go beyond the train. There will be houses behind you. Here is a fine distance. Beyond here, it will turn. It'll begin to turn from this point. And same thing here. However, I cannot put houses here. Too close to this road, and I just can't. Two across. Across. One row in the middle. 4x4, 3x3, it's fine. This is a hill, so here's what I'll do. One road neighborhoods. Now, this is where I wish I had the new zoning tool. I would put zoning on just one side. Remove zoning for this portion right here. Make it come across. And just make it come down onto this road. Maybe even make this one just kind of go around this hill, but not touch this road. Kind of like race it back. Just do something a little strange. You gotta have at least one strange road in your neighborhood, you know? Pennsylvania's full of these weird roads. Now, what I would like to do is have this road set on a different elevation from this road. So this road is nicely sloped. However, if I did want to have it set to a different elevation, I'd bring this down just to give it a nice appeal. This road is just naturally higher than this road. You fill it up with some trees just to make it look hidden. Like nothing was beyond this road. I like that. From here, you can't even tell the road is here. It was there. Until you get to this point, and then you turn around, and then that road is gone. But you're higher elevated, so it's nice looking. Here, I could move just a few trees. I don't want to remove all. And I can put housing just along here and here. Nothing over here, since I want to put stuff here. This district is already named Poplar Square. Don't know if I like the name. I'll think of something as I fill this in. Nothing down here. Fill this in more over here. Keep this blank. I want to keep that divided. I don't know if I want this to touch. I might, to be honest. So here's what I'll do. It'll touch. Wrong road. Just that this highway road will meet with it as well. And just make this a one way going up. That should be fine. Poplar Square. E. Don't know if I like the name. I do have to add some houses over here. This is a highway. Typically, you don't want houses near a highway, but when you do, there's always a sound barrier. I don't know if I will put houses over here. Well, this is an important road. I don't know if I want houses along there. Could put... Oh, well, no, this clearance isn't high enough. So, you know what? I'll just fill this with trees. I'll pretend I didn't see this land, to be honest. Vision is off. There it is. Same here. Let me fill in this gap. These gaps with trees. Not too dense, but dense enough. I could put houses on this side, just on the other side. I don't even know if I want houses, technically speaking. I don't even know if I want houses on this road, to be honest. Maybe down here, but not up there. I don't like having houses on roads with multiple lanes like this. Especially when that's going to a highway. It's fine in certain circumstances. Like, there's no houses here, but... Here is fine. I don't mind this, but it's a large avenue and it's a one lane, which... It's okay. Yeah, for the most parts, I don't put houses on multiple lane roads. It just irritates me. Like, say if I was driving home, like myself personally, and there's just a bunch of cars just driving down your road and you can't sleep at night. I mean, you sleep at night with a lot of noise. I don't mind that, but constant cars passing by, that'll kind of drive you one day, kind of drive you nuts. I did turn this into 3 lanes, and they are using all of the lanes, which is nice. It's a lot of cars, honestly. I kind of want to go with the same housing style as over here. They are basic homes. I don't think I want to go with a certain pack over here, to be honest. However, I do need to place the service buildings. Now, in terms of a school, I will use the small school. I'll use this one. Or maybe even this one, actually, elementary school. I will use a small school. In terms of placing it, however, that's the tricky part. Place it in this area, or this area. There is a large school over here. I'm gonna keep it away from here. I'm gonna put it over here. Give Dominion over here as well, so... but it's... This is a main road, but... Let's put it facing this road. Put a medium-sized high school also as well. It could fit here as well, could fit up here. I could put it behind the trees. But I don't want to block the trees. Let's put it up here. No. Here's fine. I do that. That's fine actually. Police can be on the main road. So police can be on here. Let's do that. The police that I want to be here though. Let's go with this one. This one should be fine. The coverage is okay. How's the coverage with this? Let's go with the one that's a little bit larger. It has more coverage. Place it not in the center. Well, the center. It's not really centered, so let me not do that. I'll put it along the side. Firehouse. Again, this only holds 2 capacity. I did bump it up to 3, but that's still not a lot. But what are the chances that every house goes on? I shouldn't say that. It might happen if I say that now. Medical care. I could place that over here. So here's a fine place for medical. Maybe even here. Here. Let's put it inward. I prefer my medical buildings inland. So it won't reach coverage wise, but that's all I gotta say. But in terms of death care. I have no death care here. Wow. Not know that. Fits quite well here. How big is the range from here? Only this area. So I don't even have death care over here, but it seems fine, so I'm gonna live without it. Death care, death care, death care. You go alongside the health care, I guess. Right here. Children. Right there. Elderly. Yes, the elderly. You go on the opposite side of the police station. Oh no, the school is right there. I don't wanna bore the high school kids with elderly. Let's put it here. And let's put a park right in between here. Go with one of these circular ones. They should fit quite nicely. I don't have much room for these, honestly. The community baseball complex. To be honest, that just might fit better on this island. Really large. The whole neighborhood. And the ground can touch up there and then down here. It's nice. They kind of connect each other. Modern, no. Yeah. Modern townhouse, I think. That's 3. I do want some form of monument. So let's go with either the, well, maybe not decathlon. Like a garden, here. Garden center. What? A German? Fuck. I don't mind it along the arterial road. However, let's put it by the no, it's a garden. I think it'd be better over here, actually. In the back. Or even, actually, right here. Fine. Also, that did make me, that reminded me of the bees. Bird and bee heaven. That could be somewhere in a forest area, to be honest. Yeah, I might not put that here. Maybe somewhere else. Maybe like in this area. This place doesn't have anything, so maybe back here, maybe like the backwoods. Put it there for them. It is escalated a little bit. I put it on different land. Nope, it'll always do that. So let's put it back. Kind of bring the land up with it. Isn't set to road heights. That's rid of the trees that are inside of buildings. Then just kind of change the cars that I want spawning out of these. I don't mind the firehouse. Here, let's go with this one. There is nothing over here, which does make me sad to look at. So I could put another park here. Let's go with the friendly neighborhood park.
Welcome back to Paradise.
Right in the middle. Well,
Host Miles,
right in the middle.
and it's time for
Over here, actually.
the listener line.
I like these two.
One from a fellow named Henry. Thanks for all the great music, Miles. Just one
Why is there no zoning here?
I've got the heart of the lion and the eye of the tiger. But when I try to dance, I've got the feet of the penguin.
I'm just gonna fill all these in.
Pointers for somebody like
I'm should probably finish this actually.
But you might just be getting in your own way. The truth is, penguins are born dancers. Haven't you ever watched the movies? Sure, they might look a little awkward, but that just makes it fun. If you believe in what you're doing, then you're bound to do it with style.
Okay.
Just remember to stay away from the
They're not centered, but
That's where people start
it
drawing.
could go to a point
Now
up
let's see if we can
and
get
just make it
penguin feet.
go to that point. Same
Here's another feat.
points. They do look a little strange, but they do look strange. I should just straighten it out. That's fine. I don't mind the grid being wrong, but it's a I can put houses here, but it's not too close to the road crossing. I'm gonna put houses here and here. But well, here's there. Here. And there's some there. Nothing down here. But some up here. Here will be just this portion. Right there. That along here. Along here, subtract 1, subtract 2. There. And it's done. Housing. I don't know if I want housing in between the two schools. I'm gonna avoid that. I'm gonna just put housing on the outside. Let's fill this area in with just some smaller things, like a basketball court. Puzzle. Tennis court, I guess. Well, might go next to it. No dog park. That doesn't belong to a school, but I don't know what else I would put this. I guess houses can go on this side, as long as they're not blocking in between. And pause and just see how it looks forming together. Hopefully they spawn. Okay, they're spawning. They're spawning. Okay, good. They're all spawning. Traffic is going pretty heavy. Faster. Oh, that's right. Houses. They're not spawning over here yet. Hopefully they will. Hopefully more houses spawn here. If not, I think a library will make them spawn faster. A small library, nothing too big. Maybe like this one. Let me wait for a little bit more. They are still spawning, so I could still put houses here. I still don't know if I want to be honest, but let me try and see what it looks like. Yeah, I do like the look having the road. People are using this. 20. Eventually they'll use it. And then I can just fill in the rest of the land when the house is finished spawning with trees. Oh, whoops. That's a problem. Okay, well. Force my hand. I said I wouldn't get rid of the trees, but really forgot about those. Put this in. They were naturally trees. Fill this in. I want this to be a dense, lush place. Dense, lush field. Whatever it can be. Trees in my tracks. Don't want that. Did I not put close? No, I kind of don't like this, to be honest. But no controller just won't let me bring it down, so I guess I'm stuck with this. Can I bring this up? I cannot. Yes, it's better like this than the other way around. I'm missing rut. Cover trees. I want to hide the highway as well. I want to see how this looks when I zoom out. Like small little towns. Like little pocket neighborhoods in these area. Next will be Lake Square. So maybe there's this road right here. Maybe I'll put another road down here. I'm going this way, coming up around. This one will be like a longer road. A little bit windy. Come up through here, kind of curve with these trees. Come up through Lake Square. Have it stop right there. However, this train is it's not connected. I guess that's good. Could flip it around. Or have this road come up here and actually bridge across to here. That didn't sound like a bad idea, honestly. Here, bridge across right here. Access to this portion, this neighborhood. This station technically is placed in the middle of nowhere. It's not near the neighborhood. I will, however, fill this with trees. Trees make me feel better, you know? Music skipping those nuts. And just like that. Sure, there'll be wildlife in the trees, but well, that's it. Just but there are lights. Lights will make you feel safe, I guess. But I guess it would be nice to have some kind of fencing around these paths. But it looks nice, like you're in the wilderness and there's a station in the middle of nowhere. Kind of like that look. Nice appeal. It's also curved as well, which I find amusing. People still use it. As long as there's a path, people will use it. Let me save in case I crash, like last time. I'm too scared of crashing. That was a lot of stuff I just did. Didn't autosave in a while. Every time I do this, I autosave as soon as I finish saving. Take your time. Okay, there we go. $7.5. I do, however, want to make this curve. This sharp turn bothers me a lot. So let's do that. I'm here, looking at this. Yeah, that's better. A lot better. For example, let's look at one of these people. You're leaving the city. I don't want someone leaving the city. I want someone going somewhere. You're going to work. Where you work at? That place. So perfect. Take me there. Take off the foundation. I do like this path asset. Got some nice bushes, fences, well, benches. This recycling can. Quite nice. Oh, that is New Jersey Transit. Yeah, that path is a lot, but they're humans. I assume people will just walk up any slope. Unless you got some kind of handicap, which would suck. That's kind of hideous, but if I go into Node Controller and fix that, it will do something funky, which I can't do much about, but It's a fun wheelchair ride. Perfect. You know what? I don't think these kids should be taking the train. Is you ready? Oh, nice.
At the Forest Foundation, we care about three things. Tree things, nature things,
So this person's going straight into downtown. Shop till you drop. I think this person
that's why our goal
is going to take the other train. I don't think he's going to walk to this building.
stop living in trees.
So he's going to take the subway, the metro.
We invited birds indoors with the rest of us. Do your part and text Dirty Birdie to 3030 to donate a bird bath to 30 birdies.
I do want to cover this in more trees. The trees,
You can be with us. The forest.
I don't know if I did a desert city once a long time ago, but it looked kind of too naked without. I mean, sure, it's a desert. Deserts don't have trees, but I just like having trees around me, to be honest. That's why I find it hard to use a desert map most of the time. Akira is a little bald because I guess this is where the next town would be. But there would have been a station back there. This one is not placed, but this one... No, this was the town, so I don't know what that space would be back there, but this is the area. It's just not connected to anything. Placeholder. I also do like the view from the train. You see the city far in the background, where the destination of this place is going. I did want to see these railroad crossings. I want to see if they're correctly sloped. Like here it goes a little bit flat. And it comes down to another curve again. But it's fine. It's not as bad as I thought. The other side is what I'm worried about. There are some trees in the path, which I will have to get rid of. Nobody's here yet. They haven't moved in yet. The inner city trains will bring people in here soon, which is nice. Speed it up while they stopped. Does this platform disappear when I go too far? No, from the other side it will. Okay. Okay, this railroad crossing is what I wanted to see. Will it be flat and go a little sharp? I know this slope is about 2.2% grade, then 0, and then 3.4. But that's kind of steep after this railroad crossing, so from here it's fine. Here it's like a little bit downhill, but not bad. That's not bad. Trees will be a problem though. I have to remove some of those. I also did change up the way this train enters the terminal. I made it into a different spot. Well, not this one specifically, the other two. It'll look different. This side has its own terminal, located in the far north section of the building. And here could use some kind of tree or something. It's a little too naked over here. I can see everything. And this is where the lag... I forgot. I got some new trains from Chicago, the Metro. I wanted to use those. I did see them in the assets. I have like a branch line that I wanted to use, and I thought those trains would fit perfectly. So I think I'll use the Metro for those. Instead of... I don't want to keep using Amtrak, because I like to think of the Amtrak as the inner city trains, so I want to make those trains drive themselves. but I want to try to use the commuter trains for myself. So that's why I have New Jersey Transit. I got the Boston, and now I have the Metro. And I like the Metro. The Metro is a nice train. It looks vintage. Nothing too modern. I like a nice vintage train. So I'm gonna despawn them from spawning inner city. I don't want them inner city. I just want them to be my placement. There was one thing I do wish. I wish these citizens would walk straight. You see what I mean? They like to... They walk all over the place. They walk like some kind of weird sim. Well, they are sims, but... Oh, this guy's walking straight. It's working perfectly fine now that I said that. I don't think he's gonna walk to work. I think he's gonna take the next train. And he's still using public transport to go to work. That's... Let me speed up his walking process. He's gonna take a while. Oh no, he actually might walk to the train. Oh, might will work. That's the train up there that I thought he would take. I do want to see more taxis being used. So I did put taxis. Hopefully more people will use them. Yeah, they don't walk straight. Kind of disorienting when they walk. If he turns right, he is going to walk to his job. If he keeps going straight, he might take the park, actually. He might walk through the park. Oh no, he's turning right. He stops right here. So he's going this way. Wait and see. Where is he? He's just standing still. Oh yeah, he is going that way. Okay. Let me slow it down. It's way too shaky when he walks. Okay, so he's walking to work. Yeah, good. I do like this area, specifically on Canal Street. The view of the buildings from downtown. I did mention this before, but I do like old buildings next to like a modern building. Gives a nice appeal. Like buildings like this. This guy just did a whole U-turn. He broke his neck. Face forward. Yeah, but I do like the appeal of those buildings. He works right over there. Just gonna walk there. I'll just press escape now. Well, so let me see the Metro. The line that I was going to take over. This over here. But I made a branch line, so it was just one track. Right now, it's just one train on this line. Can't click it over here. Let me see if I can find it. I will put a station here. It will not go onto these lines. I'll keep it away from these. It'll be its own separate place. Where is it? For now, I made it go over here because I don't have any other connection. Here it is. This train. I want to avoid using Amtrak for my own trains. So let me go into here and disable it from spawning. I did get a few metro trains. Let me see if I could find them. Here it is. Here's the first one. I believe this is the seashore line, the one that goes from the airport from Chicago all the way. Drives on the road, I believe.
Thanks for tuning in to Paradise
I don't want this one to spawn.
Miles high. Don't touch
Here's the Highliner. Again, don't want this to spawn. 2-stack, the 2-story. I think, no. Oh, this is the South Shoreline. This is the one that drives on the road. And the commuter, this one as well. I might use this one, depending on how long they are. I don't know how long they are. It didn't really show on the Steam page, but I'm going to place... I'm going to try to place all of them. I want to see what they look like. So I'm going to take away budget. I'm just going to add these vehicles. See what they look like. So let's go Metro Highliner, Illinois. That's 912 people. This one must be long. This is 2, 4. They carry a lot of people. 576 is a lot. Line. I think that's it. I think that's it. Okay. I feel like I'm missing one, but I am. Okay, now that's it. I want them all to spawn, so I'm just gonna add them until I see something different. So South Shore, Illinois, Metro. You are the same. You're the same. I'm just gonna keep adding and removing the ones that I don't want. For you, I see you multiple times. South Shore, keep that. Illinois Central, get rid of that. I'm pretty sure there's an easier way to go about this, but I'm just making this a little bit more complicated. There should be 5 different trains, so this one, I'm missing one more. Not you, this one. So, okay, that's all 5. Okay, I want to see how they look. So that's going to despawn. They should all spawn from here. It's like a competition. I just want to see what they look like. Let me change their spawn intervals so they spawn a little bit faster. It's auto-saving. I gotta wait. What I'm looking for is the shortest one with the best design. One that looks like it'll stand alone by itself. So here's the first one. Let me change its spawn rates so it spawns a little bit quicker. I don't even know if I can. Probably in the setting, but here's the first one. This one does look like it would stand alone by itself. It is 4 cars, 572. I do have to wait 40 seconds for the next one to spawn, which is annoying, but... Branch. 23, 22, 21... Why is there 6? This one shouldn't spawn. Remove that. There is advanced vehicle controller. I have that right here. I just have a spawn interval that's in my menu settings, but if I mess with that, then I mess with all the other lines as well. And I don't mind the wait, to be honest. This one is different, actually. This is the Metro. This one also works as well. So far, this one might be winning. being honest. Next one should spawn just now. This. Okay, this one. It's not bad. Yeah, this one, right? Yeah, I think so as well. Quite nice. They do fit the height standard of the American catenaries. Yeah, I really like this one. It's almost similar to New Jersey Transit, honestly. So far, that one's in first place for me. This one is short. However, I don't know about the design for this one. I don't know. This one looks like it's a little rustic. Next one should spawn in about 10 seconds. To reach us here, it should spawn. Any one of these. There it is. Okay, this one's nice too, but... What is this? I actually don't know what that is. What does that stand for? No, this one isn't bad. But I think... Let me follow this one. This one has the least amount of passengers, which I could change as well, but... It has a reasonable amount. 333. I will alternate... Well, I will change their speed and things like that. I did change all the other trains' speed and their brakes and their acceleration. And I want them to match the New Jersey Transit ones. Like I want them to accelerate slowly, but take a while to brake like a real train. Like here it's accelerating really fast, like a little too fast. I gotta change them. I'm actually surprised it makes noise under here. Most trains don't make noise passing underground. Where are you going? Inner city trains should not be passing under here. Where's this going? Oh, okay, this is fine. It's going all the way to the edge. That's fine. So where is the first one? Not you, not you. It should be further down. Yeah, this is the Boston one. I personally like this one a lot. It is long, but the New Jersey Transit one was a lot longer than this one. So it fit the spaces a lot better. Yeah, regional rail. What, do you mean like Amtrak and that kind of stuff, or... Yeah, I've only been on commuter rails. This is the third one, so it's still one more ahead. It's here waiting, but probably not. Oh, here it is. So I think I'll use this one. Yeah, I've been on New Jersey Transit and Long Island Railroad. That's about it. I think this one wins the race. This is the Metra 2x4. I'm gonna get rid of the other ones. So this one, I'm just gonna keep that one. This one won't despawn. The other ones will. I do wish New Jersey Transit updated their old cars. Okay, wait, this... Okay, this one's returning to the yard. However, I did test this out. I am using the mod, the single train AI. So this train should stop before this one clears. Yeah, I've been on the the elevated line in Chicago, and the subway. I was born in New York, so I use the subway a lot. Just use it literally Monday. I've used the Washington, D.C. subway, but I still don't understand how to use it correctly. I don't know if that's a hard statement. I do want to alter this train's settings. The easiest one for me is always the New York City. So it breaks pretty hard. So it doesn't break in time for me. It's too soon. So braking, say like the modern EMUs, these are 0.6 brakes. For the same thing, 0.6. Technically, these trains are newer. They are all electric. If I was being realistic, this one should have a harder time braking. I'll give it that. This one should have an easier time accelerating. Which should be 0.5, honestly. This one should be 0.4 as well, so same thing, 0.4. That's supposed to be negative. Did I say negative? Okay, just 0.4. 0.4, 0.6, 0.4, 0.6. 4.6. So it breaks. It takes a little longer to slow down, and it goes a little. Takes a little longer to speed up as well. Well, this should be 0.5 actually. That should be 0.5. Let me do that. 0.5.
Have they adequately amortized their overspends? Are they offsetting their capital gains? Do they even know about
In terms of maximum speed, the trains don't go over 93. I've used mods that speed up trains on certain tracks, but they don't work. They only speed it up once I place the track, but once I load the game again, they go 93 miles per hour again. But just in case one day it happens, let me set this to 120. I don't think I ever want these to go 120, but and the reason it's red is because it's intermingling with another mod. That's why it's red. Yeah, it's the game thing. It's the game's problem. There are mods that can help counteract that, but it still reverts it back to 93, which I don't mind, but 93 is just a weird number in my opinion. There are 912 passengers, which is too much. That is too much. Let's go with 100 persons per car instead of 225 or 228. Should just make it 400, which is a reasonable number. 528. Oh. This is the engine. There's theoretically less space in the engine room, or the driver room. So let's go with 80. 380. That's fine. Oh, so that's why. So they make it. Okay, that makes sense. Make it correct with the kilometers. That makes sense. Yeah, because they will go 93.5, 93.2. I'm kind of want to see if the train will stop. The train should stop right here until... Oh no, this one will make it first, so I guess it's fine. That's floating. Don't like that. This one was already slowing down. Yeah, it was already slowing down, getting ready to stop. Yeah, but I think I just like this train better. I like the front. The front and the back. They're the same, but nice. And it does look like it would resemble like a train on a single track. I don't know if that makes any sense, but the goal is to just stop here and just turn around. It won't go any further. We'll just stop right here. I do want to see how long it fits on this track. If it's too long, then I have to go back to Amtrak, but I think this is fine. This is definitely fine. Oh, it has a horn too. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, it actually makes a certain noise. Let me pause the music. I don't hear what it sounds like. That's New Jersey Transit. It sounds like the base game sound. Other than that, it does have a horn. I guess that's a good alternative. I do like the sounds of New Jersey Transit. The goal here... Yeah, it is. It sounds just like it, which is what I like. The correct propulsion noise. I would say Mesh did a good job. Mesh 3D did a good job making these. But other than that, I should start correcting this neighborhood now. This isn't a neighborhood. What I planned to do here was have like a little office space. That's what the reason for this larger station plaza is. This would be a little office space up here. The houses would be down here. However, these houses always spawn strange. They kind of spawn in clumps. I mean, I'm not mad at it, but they just look strange. Oh, Adar. Thanks for the raid. How'd your stream go? I remember you were building that... You're building the new city. How is that coming out? Yeah, this is all I've been doing. Now, I think I finished this area. I don't think I'll add anything else. The goal for this city is to avoid building inside of the trees. I want to build everything around the trees. So everything's going to be like a little dense pocket with different stations. So the track's already laid out. Everything will come from the terminal, then everything will spread out. That's how my towns are made. So once I know where the train's going, that's where my stations will be. That's where my houses will be. Oh, the NJ Transit? They are in the assets on the Steam page. The creator is meshed. I don't think I can find it on here, but yeah, I can actually.
We are the law.
Nope, I can't.
Accountant. The
But
law
his name is
says-
meshed.
I know
3D,
what
I
you
believe.
think. Are we lawyers? Are we accountants?
I personally use all these trains
Question.
all the
Probably
time.
requiring the
I try to use
services
all the
of
commuter trains from America.
an accountant. Is that us? Well, what do you think?
Like here, I take every train possible. Every train is possible.
Might need the use of the law accounting, but
This one's from Boston.
advice. That's life advice. In fact,
All of my inner city trains are a form of Amtrak. I'm from Brooklyn, New York City.
officially unlicensed since 2000.
Most things you'll see that I built, it kind of resembles New York City. So I mostly build all of my metro above ground. I never really like to build it underground. Areas like this. This was probably one of my favorite areas when I first started building. Yeah, I always see your NYC build. If you're moving to Brooklyn, which part will you move into? Because I can tell you which parts to avoid and which parts to... You can walk outside. I've seen it, yeah. It's come along pretty nicely, being honest. Like, when you look at the map of New York City, I can already see everything that you're doing. You're building everything based off of the map, so... Everywhere that you've built, I've pretty much driven before. Well, I know exactly what it looks like. And you're doing a pretty good job recreating this in City Skylines. I don't know how you did that. That would take me a while. I probably couldn't handle myself if I did that. Yeah. Always gotta follow a fellow person that creates things on City Skylines, you know? Especially when I saw the build in New York City. Oh, I just started streaming like maybe 2 weeks ago is when I first started. I started having fun ever since what, the first week. I was just playing this game, just streaming, just talking about what my build process is. That's basically all I've been doing. I can literally tell you everything that I'm going to do in this map. Everything's pretty much laid out. When I first saw this map, this is the map with the Golden Gate Bridge. I don't remember what this map is called. But well, first, I completely destroy their highways. I make it my own. I build my own exit ramps. And then I start my neighborhoods. And then I build my downtown areas. And then from there, I just see what I want to do. Like here, I want to make a nature reserve all across here. There's an airport already. However, I am thinking about... Why are there cars here? He's looking for a parking spot. He's stuck. Are they all going to do the same thing? No, okay. They might, but... They're starting to do that. They shouldn't be driving in this lane to begin with. This is a bus lane. I don't know why they're driving in that lane. Oh, I might have to go back into your VOD and look, honestly. Yeah, but this is the airport. I might reconstruct this airport, if I'm being honest. Like, the inside, I don't mind the inside. I like to just make the airports just a loop around, but... I don't know. I don't know if I like the way it looks. It's functioning well, but... That's about it. Other than that, everything's laid out. The tracks are mostly laid out. The areas that I want to finish building my yard and stuff. Oh, that's true. I just use the city's Skylines music. Doesn't get copy. Well, certain music. I know that Gold FM is copyright, and Cities Radio is copyright. So I don't use those two. I use any other but those two. Like here, maybe on Saturday, I plan to construct a giant industrial port in this area. That was the point for this island, but I decided to just make this island like power and have a whole facility for a train yard that'll all just come into here, which will go underground. Kind of make its way around. Thanks, it's just the combination of how many years? Maybe 3 years? The only reason I'm like this, because I studied architecture in school. I mean, the first time I played this game, I can't lie, I was in the middle of a design class, design 5, no, or 6, design 6. We always have our long projects, which take an entire semester. The problem is, I started playing this game when I was taking design 6 and 5. You can't miss out anything or else you're kind of screwed. I played this game for like 26 hours without sleeping. Maybe even longer. I had a project due like the next few days. I had an addiction to this game. I still do, but it was bad when I first started playing it. It's just that. Oh, but there are other days where I show my other cities. I don't know if they would load, to be honest. They might load, some of them will, but others might not load. It might crash immediately. I had maybe... This world right now has 9,700 assets with 100 and maybe 4 mods enabled. Some mods will work. Well, some worlds will work, but anything older than the previous update, I don't think will work. It's just I'm more of a lurker than a chatter. I will chat, but most of the times I'll sit there and just watch. Like usually if you see me, well, if you're streaming and you go into your chat box and you see users in chat, I'll be there, but I just don't say anything. For this area, I'm not sure what to do. These houses look really strange, but I might continue this neighborhood. Just I don't want to change the way they look. The district's already labeled.
Or is that too much cream? This is Miles High, and you're listening to Paradise.
This will be... yeah, this is an office park. Little office park. Oh yeah. I lived in New York City for about... since 1997. All the way to 2010, I believe. For about 13 years, I've lived in New York City. And most people, you'll hear an accent from, like, sometimes they'll say, like, Boston weird. I don't know how you say Boston correctly, but sometimes they will have a different accent. Most times, it's usually Italians in New York City that have an accent. They'll say things strangely or just differently. Or it depends on where you grew up in Brooklyn, because there are a lot of different districts in Brooklyn. Like, for example, I grew up in Brownsville, Brooklyn. And other places, you could be born in Red Hook or East New York. East New York and Brownsville, they're pretty much the same. You can go in Canarsie. I know Canarsie is a different place. You might have a different sounding voice there. No, I don't live there now. I live in Pennsylvania. A lot more rural, or a lot more quieter over here than New York City. But New York City, I always go back there. That's why I went to school in New York City. College. It's not a bad city. Not as bad as you would think, depending on where you go. But like from New York City, like an hour and a half. If I could, I could drive there. Driving isn't a problem if you know the right time to drive to New York City. Or if you want, you could take New Jersey Transit to New York City. Yeah, it's not a bad drive. Really close. Well, not that close. About, what, maybe an hour and a half? From an hour to 2 hours taking New Jersey Transit. You wanted to get to Penn Station. But I like New York City. There are a lot of homeless people there now. I will say that. If you go on the subway, just Monday I went to New York City to figure out my degrees from the school. As soon as I got in the subway, immediately, homeless man asking for money. He started singing, walking around car to car. You'll see it everywhere all the time. Yeah, it's you can't go wrong with New York City, to be honest. There's always something to do. You will pretty much never get bored. Always meet some good people, some bad people. Oh wow, you actually could have met me there, actually, on Monday. I was taking my time walking across the Brooklyn Bridge. I walked like 6 miles from the Brooklyn Bridge to Manhattan. Oh, it's just... Oh, in this city. Yeah, I do this. Residential from far, offices from the distance. It's basically New York City. So think of like back here, like Long Island. Take the Long Island train into the city. It's the same thing. The same concept that I always do. So most buildings out here, you'll never see really an office building unless I build like a small little office park. But oftentimes the office buildings will just be in the center. So in this case, like the high-tech buildings are here. There are a lot of office buildings that are hidden in here. Like this one, the Rockefeller Center. I can increase their capacity, so I can never really have enough or a lot of people working at the same time. I could make it 1,000 people want to work here. 1,000 people will work here. So a lot of people will enter the city no matter what. But I like to keep everything minimal for now. Until I get anything larger. The one thing I still need to do is industry. For the farming and the stuff like that. I did have an idea for ore. There's a lot of ore here, and I thought about having an industrial port here, so I might just combine the area. Same thing here. This is like an oil field. I might make this an oil field. The farm might be over here. And this portion does have a lot of trees, so forestry will most likely be over here somewhere. Maybe even down here, or somewhere back here. Warehouse? Oh, like these warehouses? Or you mean just import goods from a warehouse? I could do that. That's true, I could do that. I will do that for the industry area. For this, like this entire portion, like from this road all the way beyond, I will convert this all into shipping area. I could import, but I do like the way that the trains will transfer goods beyond to different places. So like I have a cargo train from here and it goes all the way over here. I do like to spread out the these factory buildings around the place. Shipyard actually pretty good over here. Not yet. I also separate my cargo trains from my passenger trains, so I will have a completely different line for cargo trains. That's true. Yeah. If you were getting it realistic like that, then yeah, that makes sense. And New York City gets its trains from, there's a train along the Bronx. There are tracks along there that bring things up to New York State. Like their garbage trains. They send their garbage up there through boats or through the train from the Bronx. I don't think they send anything through... They can't. Diesel trains aren't allowed underground in New York City. It's illegal.
Whether you're a mountaineer or a deep sea diver, or just somewhere in between, we have the music to fill your heart with fire. This next one is for you.
I put like a little park in here. This is an 8x8 square, so maybe I could even put a fountain. I have too many assets. I just don't know when to get rid of them or which ones to get rid of. Some of them are tied to each other. It's kind of hard to get rid of one asset. This is a server station. I don't mind that being here. There are freight tracks. Let me see. I'm gonna get real specific. Go here. They do use the ones on the right, which are the Metro North lines, the Metro North train, like Amtrak and other things, but they also have one on the left, which is this small one right here. They take it from this portion over here. They can reverse back. Most of the times, they bring it from the Jackie Robinson Parkway area, like Forest Park. This area back here. Yeah, this line right here. New York City has a lot of history when it comes to freight trains. They use these often, but not too often, because they don't want to cause traffic. This used to be a Long Island train. It was abandoned in 1990 something, 1970 something. So these tracks used to be a Long Island train. That's why there's still the abandoned station that still sits here. This is, yeah, Richmond Hill. This is the Richmond Hill station. But it's abandoned. It's not used anymore. It is used. Some trains use it for express, like some of these diesel trains. Since this track isn't electrified, They will only use these trains now, these lines from Jamaica. And same thing here. You can always see in a map everything that's abandoned. So from here, you could tell that there was a track that came across and goes straight down. They converted it into a park. It keeps going down, they hit it with trees, and you can still see the bridge portion right there. And it keeps going down, they converted this into a parking lot. It used to connect here. It keeps going through the bushes, all the way through here. You can actually see it pretty clearly under Jamaica Avenue. The J and Z train are above, while the freight train, abandoned, is right here. They kept everything. Everything's still here, and then they converted it. This used to be Atlantic Avenue Station. I know too much history about New York City, it's ridiculous. This is Atlantic Station. This is the line to Far Rockaway. Here... yeah, everything's a parking lot. Here, there is a Long Island train under Atlantic Avenue. What you can't see is... this is a tunnel that went to the Atlantic Avenue train, which is under here. So it will come out here and connect to here. But it's all a bus stop for school buses. I don't know how you get these buses out. It jammed everything in here. Yeah, portal, yeah. There used to be a portal here, but it's not here anymore. And from here, they used New York City subway and converted it into the A train. A train took its place. Go down to Far Rockaway. You see a lot of things from history in New York City. So like here, for example, this is the L train. This is Canarsie, the last stop. What used to happen is New York City had trolleys a long time ago. There used to be a trolley that kept going straight. You could see it with these houses that would continue to curve from the train. So it will continue, will still continue. And it's all a parking lot. Oftentimes it will be destroyed into a house. So this tennis court still here, these trees, and these houses that don't really match. So if you look in the backyard, they keeps going behind this portion, keeps going. And it keeps going. See this little patch of backyard? Keeps going, and it still goes right through. This parking lot still exists. There used to be a train here. Until, that was probably the last stop, honestly, right here. Used to go up to here. Everything's still hidden. Well, everything's still shown. But it's just, looks like it's hidden. Even Staten Island has history. These row of houses. They don't belong here. There used to be something here, but it's all gone. It doesn't look right. It's out of place. This used to be a train line that a subway line that they were going to make for Staten Island, but they got rid of it. You can actually see the remaining bridge right here. They didn't get rid of it for some reason, but it's still there. Kept everything. Same thing here. This is the D train, 9th Avenue Station. This used to be an extension from right here. These houses were never here. Same thing here. None of these places never existed. Same thing, parking lots across here, parking lots. They used to connect right here. It was removed. They removed so many things. But here's where I go to school. I was here yesterday. New York City College of Technology. Not yesterday, Monday. Hey, you can also see it here. Everything you see was like a weird grid line. It was never there before. If you continue following it back, it'll keep going all the way back. Keep going. Keeps going all the way, all the way. All this is a parking lot. This never used to be here. Why? Because it ran right into the Long Island train, right here. Ran all the way up north. All the way up north. It keeps going, actually. Actually, I believe it's in this park. It's a park. And it keeps going. Keeps going all the way up onto this track up here. So you can really see everything from map. Especially in New York City, how everything changes. Yeah, the remnants are... It's a lot. Like, especially here, you'll see a lot of remnants. There's a lot of abandoned things in New York City that you can take a look at. Like, for example, right here. This is one of the sharpest curves on New York City. Yeah, on New York City's train lines. But here, there is an above line. Let me go there. Myrtle Avenue. So this is the M train. But above here, there used to be a train line that was planned to go to downtown Brooklyn. But now it just doesn't exist. Yeah, it just ends right here. But it used to go straight into downtown Brooklyn. It would have been a nice line in my opinion, but it never came to fruition. But if you want to live in Brooklyn, the parks on Manhattan, they're really nice. The piers and everything, they're really nice. I was here just the other day, just on Monday. From above, this is Little Park. This is a really new park. Came out like maybe 2 years ago. It was finished. From above, it looks strange, like a square just floating above water. But when you look at it from the side, it's a bunch of pillars. Strange topography. Homeless guy right here too. Sleeping. You'll see a lot of homeless people in New York City. Maybe not in Brooklyn, but a lot in Manhattan. A lot of things they can't really destroy. I mean, if they did destroy it, it was way back when they didn't have codes to destroy. Like, back then, when I lived in Brooklyn, yeah, the homeless people. It'll be too much. Yeah, when I lived in Brooklyn, this was all here. Like, there used to be a track all the way over here. It's pretty pointless. I don't know why they did this. There's 6 stations here. I don't know why. But they did that. A lot of things existed back when I was in Brooklyn. Back in 2007. You live in Brooklyn. This is a nice mall. Kings Plaza. It's a large mall, and it's Brooklyn's largest mall, I believe. They have most things here. Can't take a train here because there's no train to get here, so either a bus or you can drive, but if you want to park in there, it costs money. It's like, I believe B15, no, not B15, B46. B46 is a bus you could take. This station, Broadway Junction. Oh, you mean Atlantic Avenue and Broadway Junction? They're really close. And the L train is a great line. They come by every 5 minutes. It's very automated. A lot of people do take it. It's just a lot of stops to get to Manhattan. But if you look at it from the ground, this is a mess. It's just steel in the sky. Just steel, rusted steel, just floating around. Hard to tell which one is the L train. I believe these two are the L train. This one's going to the yard. And a lot of these are just empty. There's nothing on these. I don't know why they
We all want to
exist.
remember the people we leave behind don't think we're jerks. That's where Final Insurance comes in. We provide peace of mind for when you rest in peace. For a small monthly sum, you can spend your final years knowing that
The 6, yeah, the 6.
everything taken care of.
The 6 is probably one of the most
The
confusing
last
lines, to be
insurance you'll
honest.
ever need.
There are 2 types of 6 trains, if you didn't know. There's the regular and the diamond. The regular train, which is this regular circle, will make its last stop at Park Chester. The diamond is express until Park Chester and will continue till its last stop at Pelham Bay. A lot of trains, some trains have diamonds. The 6 is one example for a diamond. A diamond means express during rush hour. So, for example, the 7 train. The 7 train has a diamond. It's only one-way express. So in the morning, it's rush hour to Manhattan. In the afternoon, rush hour going toward Brooklyn. So it's the 6, 7, and the F. F train, where is the F? 7th Avenue, 49th Street. Yeah, the 7 train is reliable. 7 and the L are the most reliable. One train that I hate the most, that's not reliable, in my opinion, I've had bad experiences with the A train. A trains can sometimes take from 5 to sometimes even, last time it took me 20 minutes to wait for an A train. It was terrible. But the train I always took the most was the 3. I personally really like the 3 train. I just don't like the fact that the A train, like say if you're going to JFK, you have to wait for a different A train to go to JFK, or else you're going to Lefferts. I don't know why they did that. They should have just made the C train go up here, to be honest. The C train goes up here and the A train goes down. I feel like that would have made more sense. The Red Rocket. Yeah, I like the Red Line. The 1, 2, and 3, those are my favorite. I was born at the time when it was the 1, 2, 3, and the 9 train. The 9 train was probably the most pointless train. And the V. I personally like the V train. If you didn't know, the V train, it was with the F. It used to be the F and V train. The V train ended on 2nd Avenue in Manhattan. The V train was almost as pointless as well, like the 9 train as well, but the V train did have its purpose. It was a lot better than the 9. The 9 was probably the worst train made. The 9 is similar to the Z. The Z is kind of pointless too, to be honest, but not as pointless. But if you ever drive in New York City, you just gotta be patient with the people around you. Some people will honk as soon as the light turns red or green. They'll leave honky if the light's red for some reason, because they don't see that the light's in front of them. If you want to leave New York, do not leave in the afternoon, or else you'll be stuck in a traffic like this on Canal Street every single day. Maybe if I go here now. Yeah, it's fine now. But sometimes it'll take you just from here, from the Manhattan Bridge to the Holland Tunnel, that could take you 2 hours. No joke. Just from here to here. This is a 1 mile distance. It could take you 2 hours just to get there. I like the J. The J is a nice one. Yeah, Yeah, I prefer when the M train was brown. That was a I prefer that when it was the J, M, and Z all went together. Ever since they got rid of the V train, they made the M train orange. Yeah, when the M train went to Brooklyn instead, that would have been nice. It went all the way down to, what was it, Bay Parkway and 9th? Yeah, Bay Parkway, 86. That was the last stop for the M train at the time. I don't think it makes sense, me personally, to make the M train just to loop like that. Let me see. Chance it. Like, first stop here, Metropolitan Avenue, and the last stop right up there at Forest Hills. Forest Hills, yeah, right here. 21st. It seems kind of weird. It just kind of makes a giant C or U. It was better when it kind of went all the way around and came down. I take the path train a lot. The path train is a savior, in my opinion. I mean, I can see why it makes sense though for Forest Hills. If you ever look at a map of Forest Hills, it's really confusing underground. Let's see, or yeah, right here. Because the train yard is right here. But to access the train yard, you have to be at Forest Hills 71st. Anything past that, you can't access this yard. So that's why the last stop is there. Yeah, the track map is strange. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, here it is. Zoom in. I have to use my scroll wheel. My scroll wheel is pretty broken from playing City Skylines. Here we go. Yeah, this is why it's confusing. And to access this yard, it has to terminate here. Kind of go underground, and it's all underground. It's strange. They actually showed the abandoned line. This is the abandoned line that went straight down Far Rockaway. And right here is where the portal would have been connected. I take the path train a lot. Take it to World Trade Center. It's a nice train. Get there pretty fast. Oh, have you ever been here? The old South Ferry Terminal? When Hurricane Sandy happened, this one train station was closed. South Ferry, this red line underneath. They had to use the old one train station, which is only 5 cars long. So you have to get out the train and walk to the front 5 cars. This is the loudest station you will ever hear. It is deafening. Like, if you don't have ear protection, you're going deaf. You'll hear it ringing like a grenade. It's a really bad station. I can see why they closed it and created a new one. Like, you could probably... I should just probably find a video and just play it. It's really bad. Ferry loop. So let me just give you a heads up. You might want to brace your ears. I might have to brace my ears as well. It's really loud. Like, you hear that constantly. It's awful. And the platform, it's curved, so the platforms don't reach the train, so they gotta use these expendable stations, expandable platforms. You know, this is the last day it was used, 2017, when they finished repairs. But it's so loud. Yeah, somebody's going deaf. That hurts my ears. But the only train to use that track is 5. The 5 train is the only one that comes here. Turn around. Because on the weekends, or late nights, no, just the weekends, it comes, its last stop is Bowling Green, so it comes up here to turn around. That's mostly it. Loud noise. Who are you? What are you doing here? Where are you going? 20 people go in the middle of nowhere. There's nothing here yet, and there's 20 people going there. But I like New York City. There's nothing to complain about, really. Me. Why? Wait. Oh, Midway. Why are you stopping here? There's nothing here either. I don't even think my train stops here. What are you waiting for? Guess I'll put a stop. This one isn't. This one is an asset. I believe it's by Revo. I think it's by Revo. Yeah, this one's by Revo. These ones... This one's the custom station. And these two, and this one over here. Good, they're using the parking lot. Nice. Yeah, earlier today I was just going through some assets to see what I would want on this line. This is only single track, so I made it a branch line. I found a good train, good candidate for that line. It's this one right here. The train from Chicago, the Metro. If you ever been to Chicago? What's good, Mr. Papa Bear? A good evening. Is it evening by you? 10:30 by me. This one is what I'm going to use for the branch line. It was a good size. I needed something short. And I could just make, honestly, I could convert these into really real office buildings, but I don't know if I will. So all the people from here get off here and come to this train. Oh, same time zone. I'm usually asleep by now. If I, well, before I streamed, I'd be sleeping. I'd be dead asleep. For some reason, I sometimes can't go past 9 o'clock. I don't want to put too many of these buildings over here, but maybe just one more. One more. That's. I haven't used this building actually. This building I should have used over here. I could actually place this next to the terminal itself. I don't know why I didn't think of that. However, uh, I can't now. I've already thought my roads ahead. Yeah, can't do it now. I could put it over here. Oh, I could put it over here. Instead of getting these same buildings to spawn, I will do that instead. Just one of these. Yeah, that's fine. Kind of matches the area. It is Japanese instead of Korean, but fine. Okay, this is always a pro. These. Okay, good. Good. Okay. Oh, I did never tell you the good places to live in New York City. Let me go back on satellite. New York City. I will be honest. Oh, yeah, I do have signs on the highway. I use procedural objects. Anywhere over here is a good part to live in New York City. The further west you go, the more expensive it'll be. The further north you'll go, well, northwest you go, the more expensive it'll be. Anywhere over here, you have a higher chance of something bad happening to you. Over here is fine. I belong to the crazy few. I'm just gonna say that now. I have 9,734 assets. 100. Let me check. I got 10 pages, so let's just say 100 mods. I am crazy. I have 7,297 hours. I don't know if that's crazy enough. I personally like these areas. In terms of the hood, there are... Let's see... This is Atlantic Avenue. Areas like over here. I find these fine areas. Crown Heights. Crown Heights, North Crown Heights. Bed-Stuy, Bedford-Stuyvesant. They're good areas to live in. You have easy access to a train if you live up here. You got access to the 2, 3, 4, 5, AC, the Island train if you want to take it. You got the S. You got BQ. What else? And that's it. There's a G train up here if you want to take that. You know, that's the one thing I need. I need 128 gigs of RAM. That was one thing I would need. That would be it. Oh yeah, I name my signs. That's kind of like a late game thing I do. Going... Well, for here, I just wanted to see if everything worked out. All my highways are named. Sort of. Here, I gotta redraw the lines because I did upgrade these roads to 3 lanes because there were starting to get a lot of cars on this road. Upgrade to 3 lanes from this point, from this highway, merging. Yeah, the signs, let me see, I have pictures of previous worlds. Go in here, screenshots, right click. Right click? The screenshot as? No? Let me go back. Let me go to my files and show you where it is. Screenshot. Yeah, there it is. Good example. Like here. Adding all my highways eventually. Toward the end. These are just old cities. I don't think this city will load. This city definitely will not load. There are some things that are too important, some things that are needed that I don't have. I got rid of. Yeah, I said the same thing myself. I was like, yeah, I-95 does not make sense to be placed over. I should have called it just I-5 instead. But if I was going imaginary, I said the same thing. I was like, this is by the ocean. So either this is going to be Interstate 95 or Interstate 5, or because this is going north and south. But I was like, the state routes, I also shouldn't do California, but I'm by the ocean. Let's mix it up. I'm gonna invert these. So 95 is gonna be by California. I could have went like Delaware routes or New Jersey routes and put a circle, but I was like, nah. They're not hard to change, honestly. I can just revert them back. Say, California. I can just change it to New York. So, N. Instead. Or, I don't think New Jersey... And New Jersey doesn't have a shield, I don't think. Just, oh. The circle ones are used a lot. They're used for Delaware, New Jersey. I can't think of another state. Florida. I was thinking of Florida. But where's Florida? I must be blind. Where is Florida? There it is. I could do this. I've done it before. It does work. It's not bad, actually. Yeah, maybe I'll do Florida. Yeah, this actually works. I like the look of this. I usually just pick the shields of the routes that I like. Like, say for example, I will probably never do Washington, because I hate the design, if I'm being honest. I don't not want George Washington on my face, my shield. It just looks weird, in my opinion. Like, that just looks strange, looking at it from a distance. George Washington's on my shield. Same thing with, I don't know what state this is. Ain't no way am I doing this one. It looks like a giant target. I don't know what state this is, if anyone knows. X? I don't know what that is. And Louisiana, I feel like that takes up too much space. I won't have any space to write my actual number. Like, the number 71 won't fit. Yeah, it just won't fit. Florida makes sense. And there are times where I use things like the Garden State Parkway, New Jersey, or New Jersey Turnpike, or Pennsylvania Turnpike. I will say this, one road that I hate the most has to be the New Jersey Turnpike. I hate that road. Too many tolls. Same thing with the Garden State. New Jersey's full of tolls. I just don't like it. Garden State Parkway, no trucks are allowed. I don't know if it's the same for other places, but parkways mean no trucks can drive on this road. Only cars or buses can drive on this road, but no trucks. I don't know if it's the same for every state, but I know New York and New Jersey follow the same rule with parkways. So the Garden State is always full of cars. Honestly, New Jersey is just full of people that speed on highways. None of them, none of them drive the speed limit. I can tell you that for sure. I drive on the 80 a lot. People going 90, 95. And the speed limit is 65. Yeah, Pennsylvania's roads are really bad. There's a lot of holes. They honestly, they really don't pave. Pennsylvania Turnpike, for example. This road right here. They started to pave it. They actually started to make it 3 lanes, which I like. The speed limit on this road is 70, which is nice. But it's always the same. They'd always just patch roads in Pennsylvania. Oftentimes things aren't paved. But this road's awful. It's one exit, then the next exit's probably, what, 15 miles away? Yeah, all the way down here is the next exit. Same thing, going all the way down. 15 miles, next exit. It's awful. It's so boring, but the speed limit's 70, so I can't complain. Honestly, I haven't seen a single police on this road. I've gone 80, almost 90 on this road. I've been racing people. Not racing, like, legit, but... Hopefully no cop is watching the stream, telling me I'm getting a ticket, but... Yeah, the interchanges they're really specific. For toll roads will always have this kind of, the trumpet interchange. And going back into the road. The further down you go, like toward Philadelphia, this is the 276. This is the real Pennsylvania Turnpike. This is the Pennsylvania Turnpike, the northeast extension. But this one, the 276, is the Pennsylvania Turnpike, the real turnpike. They're both toll roads. But after the 476 meets the 276, it becomes a non-toll road. So this is the last toll you'll see on this road. Beyond here, this road is full of traffic. All the time. Especially once it reaches its parents' highway, which is the 76. The 76 is the definition of traffic. This road goes straight into Philadelphia. But it's always bad. Right now it's nighttime, so it's green, so there's no traffic. But it is a really nice highway. It's got a really nice view. It's all green. There's nothing really to complain about with the 76. Oh, it might be. No, it seems fine. There is construction over here, though. Philadelphia is... It's basically... smaller New York. I mean, what Philadelphia makes up for in the downtown area, it does make up for in its suburban area. It's really large, suburban-wise. $95. Yeah, but one highway I hate, this one right here. New Jersey Turnpike. Got a lot of lanes, but a lot of police. The speed limit is, what, 55 on some portions? And 65, when it should be, in my opinion, 70. It's a turnpike, but... And this road is, oh, the worst... It's the same thing as the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Its exits are pretty far. But after every exit, it's a toll. Then it tolls itself. But the Garden State is what's known for that being the worst. Garden State... Over here. Yeah, this one's bad. It tolls itself, which is really annoying. Once it reaches a different county, it tolls itself. You get a toll here, and then you gotta pay a toll to exit the highway or enter the highway. It's 280. 280. I personally, this is the main highway you take to get to New York City. The 280. If you ever want to drive, and if you ever want to avoid tolls, get off at the last exit before you reach the New Jersey Turnpike. Then, yeah, all the way down to the Holland Tunnel. Holland Tunnel is probably the second worst tunnel. There is traffic in the tunnel. There's always traffic in the tunnel, but the one that's worse is the Lincoln Tunnel. The Lincoln Tunnel is the worst tunnel. Where is it? I'm blind. Here it is. This one is always full of traffic. But it's strange, the idea of it just looping around, because it's really, if you didn't know, what separates New York City from New Jersey is the Hudson River, but the problem is it's on a giant cliff. Like, just that's why it loops so high. It has to make this giant loop, because it's on a hill. Like, if I go over here, there's just a giant kind of mountain in the way. It's just all of rock. So it kind of makes its way across by just forming a bridge and looping around just to go back underground. Oh, like in here? Yeah, this is... I personally like driving in here for some reason. I find it fun to drive in here. Dyer Avenue. Into the tunnels where the buses come in through Port Authority. This building smells nothing... Well, smells like nothing but exhaust from a bus. It's bad. Been in here many times to go home. There's a certain bus that I take to go home. Back then. I took it pre-pandemic. I never took it after pandemic because they kind of cut their services short. There wasn't many people going to New York at the time. And they didn't have a bus for my schedule, so didn't take it. Penn Station. Well, my professors had a lot to say about Penn Station. They all hate this building, which I understand. When you look at it, it looks like a giant toilet. Like you see here, there's the tank and here's a bowl. Old Penn Station was nice. Here they changed the post office into Moynihan train station, train hall. I do like New York City's grid, but it's just basic. Broadway does change it. I do like the idea of Broadway just kind of cutting across. Where back then, Broadway used to be a road that was very drivable heavy, but they converted it all into a pedestrian-friendly road. But Broadway, you can't really drive on Broadway anymore. I mean, you still can, but not as much as you would like to. I say from here, Broadway would cut off at this point, forcing you to drive on 5th Avenue, then entering back on Broadway from a different road. I would take this bridge all the time, from Kenmare Street to Delancey Street to the Williamsburg Bridge onto Broadway. I would drive here all the time with the J&Z train. I have no reason to now anymore. I really like downtown Brooklyn. Downtown Brooklyn is really... It's like a maze down here. Compared to, like, just Midtown, downtown is really nicely together. Because it was the first thing that was discovered. Everything's, like, all tied together. You get stop signs, which is really rare in Manhattan, honestly. Like a little nice plaza space in here. Very pedestrian friendly in downtown Manhattan. Oh, did I say Brooklyn? I meant Manhattan. And Manhattan is really nice downtown. They got a lot of places for food. They got a lot of... Oh, this is the business district, so they got a lot of food trucks, a lot of food stores. Just broken. If you didn't know, this is a camera light, so if you run this light, this thing would flash and get your license plate if you ran the light. These are the old models, though. The old ones are... These are like 2007 models, or 2011. They're really old. The ones in Brooklyn, though. Or the newer ones. The speed traps. Those were the dangerous ones. You gotta watch out for speed traps. They can be cleverly hidden sometimes. Let me see if I can find one, actually. Along Eastern Parkway. I found one right here. See? So say you're driving down here. The speed limit here is 25. The speed limit in all of Brooklyn is 25. But once you get right here, if you're going over 25, or maybe going over 30, this thing will get your license plate. You're getting a ticket in the mail. It'll catch you. You have to drive the speed limit in New York City, or else you're getting a ticket. Yeah, no problem. Good night. Thanks for the raid, I love you too. I'll be lurking in your chat again next time you're building. I might end here too, because I did accomplish what I wanted to do today, which was start creating this area. For tomorrow, I want to prep this land for the industrial area. I do want to build this area after the DLCs and the update comes out on the 22nd. I want to work on this area up here. There are some things in that DLC and in the free update as well that I want to try up here. For instance, like the cargo terminal for the train. I really want to use at the warehouse terminal. I also want to put the hotels and resorts in this area as well. I do have a junction set in place already, waiting for it to be used. Again, I want these trains to branch out in different areas, so this junction will prove to be useful for the tourists in this area, giving them direct service into this place right here. Tell me you're not stuck. Tell me you're not stuck. Tell me there's a train already in here or a train on the other side. Cape Town. I think you're telling me you're stuck. I could have sworn there's a train here just now. Despawn. How's it despawn? I could have sworn I saw a train here. I did. Must have despawned. You're still staying there? This is the problem with single track AI. They sometimes do this. They just sit still, thinking about something. Because it sees a train that wants to come out from here. However, the train is not... Never mind, I lied. The train just got here. Ignore everything I just said. Should proceed now. But this happens sometimes. The train will just sit still and not move. Hopefully, it'll come out. Okay. Yeah, because the train they swap places, so there's only one track. I use single train AI just to come up with a way to reduce the lag in this area. Before I was using double tracks up to this point, but single track AI does work. This train is stuck. This happens too much. I don't know why the Amtraks get stuck here too often, but they do. So, inner city trains, I don't care if they despawn. I'd rather them despawn. Or I delete them. But my own trains, I don't want them to despawn. Here's a... probably my favorite junction. Honestly, I could just leave this here the entire time. Just watch everything go through. This will be a problem in the future. Too many trains will pass by, but not that many. Thanks for the follow. The Jam Burger. Burger. Here today, I've made this custom exit. Oh yeah, I talk about New York City a lot. I am nothing but a history teacher when it comes to New York City. I've literally taken a history class on New York City. Every building, everything you see. I could tell you all about the history of Manhattan, if I'm being honest. I can actually start. Okay, so, if you didn't know, New York City is actually a swampland. It was never meant to be built with this much population. That's why it's so prone to flooding. This whole area was a swamp. Same thing with Manhattan as well. It was all a swamp. So whenever it rains, you'll see so much flooding everywhere. That's why the shorefront is really... If I can find a good point. I don't want the parkway. The parkway... Well, the Belt Parkway is fine, I guess. But there is a lot of fishing that happens here. But the river is... Well, not the river. The ocean is really close. Everything will flood. Eventually, New York City will flood. To a point where there isn't really anything you can do. They are doing things to combat it by putting parks along the side. And they're acting as some kind of barrier. They are setting up like walls using the park wall. So like this area right here, it's kind of acting like a retaining wall in case flooding happens again. That's the good thing that they're doing about the park. Same here. They're going to convert all of Columbia District into parks. Because this used to be used back then. Back when, say, not 19, like 1860. It used to be all industry over here. But New York City isn't really using industry anymore. They have no need for it. So everything comes in through boats. Or truck. From New Jersey. From all the way over... From here. From the ports and the trains as well. They all come from New Jersey. They kind of bring it over to New York City. What else? All of Manhattan. You see this portion sticking out right here. All the way to down here. Where is it? Down to Water Street. Water Street is right here, I believe. Anything beyond Water Street, this whole green space, beyond maybe over here to the World Trade Center, it used to be water. They filled all of that land in just to give New York City more space in downtown. So all of this used to be water. This is just artificial land that this is man-made. That was forced into this area. What else? They did a lot. Yeah, San Diego. A lot of cities did that. Like San Diego, Japan did that with Tokyo. I believe Chicago did that as well. Before the Chicago fire. Speaking of fire, New York City also had fires as well. All of their buildings were made out of wood at the time. That's why the building codes are a thing now in New York City. To prevent fire. That's why building code started anyway. Fires. Certain rules have to be set in place from building a building. Architecture. You have different zonings. So here, it looks like there are different zonings called R, C, I. In this case, this looks like R8 or R6 zoning for residential buildings. So R means residential. Then you have your commercial buildings, which is like C, like over 10th Avenue, up here by Hudson Yards. This is like maybe C8, C6 zoning for commercial buildings. You place down. It's a little hard to get into that, but that's more of the zoning or architecture thing. Things you have to remember. Not really much for, I guess, common people really have to know about. It's more of like a specialist job to do that, to do zoning. Yeah, but same thing with Chicago. Chicago had their fire, the whole city came to a whole burning stop. Had to rebuild the entire city. Same thing as almost happened to New York City. That's why certain buildings have to be kept at a certain height before they're set back. So this building right here, for example, it can only be set up so high before it's pushed back. Same thing up again, push back, same thing, push back. They can no longer be just vertical buildings that go straight up. Unless they're set back from the road initially, they can. That's why, I guess, the World Trade Center, it's naturally going back, but it's set back from the road pretty far. Same here. Goes up, set back, goes up, set back, goes up, set back. They do that to make lights enter the city. They don't want the city to be too dark. But most buildings you see here, they were made before those building codes, so that's why, like this one, there's no setback because it was made before. That's why it's all shadow in here. Same thing. All these old buildings will have the same problem. Now, this building right here, I call this the Jenga tower. Everything is not. Let me go in person view. Everything's not shaped in place for that building. It's really strange when you look at it from below. Where is it? I lost. On Church Avenue or Church Street. Church Street. Here it is. This building is. You ever have a trypophobia where something makes you feel itchy? That's how this building makes me feel. It makes me feel itchy. They just place it next to a historic building like this, which is, I find strange. There was a building here, it was just destroyed, they just made this. Which, if I'm gonna be honest, I'm not too much of a fan of the only glass building. Glass buildings are called international style because it was a style that was used everywhere in the 1960s and 70s. They call it international style, the glass box. I wasn't too much of a fan of that. It was very boring. Prefer like the chord look buildings, like this one. I believe this is the Wolf something Wolf something. I can't remember the name. But the reason it's green on top is because this used to be copper. It used to be like brown, but copper has a oxidation process called was it Petunia, where it turns green to protect itself from rusting, oxidizing. Copper does that. Fun fact about all these bridges: as you know, suspension bridges are held up by suspension beams. However, this is whatever you heard from people, the Brooklyn Bridge is not a suspension bridge. It's actually a hybrid of a cable stayed bridge and a suspension bridge. It's a fusion of the both. Just because of the beams that come straight down, they kind of hook into place. They hook the bridge together, making it cable stayed. It was a hybrid bridge. Not like the Manhattan Bridge, which is a suspension bridge. Same thing with this one. This was the Williamsburg Bridge. First bridge to be made out of complete steel. In 1935, I think this bridge was made. I could be very wrong, to be honest. Don't take everything I say for granted, but... this bridge is weird. It suspends very strangely. It only suspends between here. There are no beams that come across here because it has pillars on the bottom that connect to it. So it's a weird looking suspension bridge, but it's still a suspension bridge like this one. Like this one suspends from this portion over here, but this one doesn't. I mean, it still has its beams, but for some reason it's just not showing it. I know it's there because I've been on this bridge many times. I can walk on it. I would like to take the road down there, but it doesn't look like it wants to. I can over here, but there we go. I want to go on the outside though. Take me on the outside, please. Oh well. If you're ever driving on this bridge, do not drive on the inside. It is not meant for a car. I'll tell you that now. Only the outside was meant for a car. Barely, still, but it was meant for 2 lanes on the outside. Inside was actually made for trolleys. They converted it into cars because trolleys weren't used in Manhattan anymore. Or Brooklyn. That's why this part is so narrow. I don't know why they made this 2 lanes. This car can barely fit. Yeah, trucks aren't even allowed to fit in here because they can't. In between here is the J, M, and Z train. And there's a gap between here, so if you jump across here, you might die. Same thing with this bridge. Well, not the same thing, but this bridge... Oops, wrong way. This is the Manhattan Bridge. I really not... Oh, I can't stand on it. Where am I? This is awful. Get me out of this view. Thank you. There are 3 levels on this bridge. So this side, going to Manhattan, is 2 lanes above, 3 lanes on the bottom. It used to be traversing traffic. So in the morning, it'll be traffic to Manhattan. In the afternoon, it'll be traffic to Brooklyn. In the middle lanes, they would switch. They don't do that anymore. They only make 3 lanes to Manhattan. So it's 5 lanes to Manhattan and 2 lanes to Brooklyn, which I kind of don't agree with. I prefer where the middle lane would switch back and forth. But I understand it because a lot of people go to Manhattan, no matter if it's night or day, more people go to Manhattan than Brooklyn. On the right side are the B and D trains. On the left side are the N and Q, sometimes the R at night. And the Manhattan... I get these bridges confused all the time. Their names, but... The Brooklyn Bridge. No trucks are allowed on this bridge, obviously, because of these beams. History about this bridge. The center is actually made for trolleys. However, there's nothing in the center anymore. Well, there never was anything. The idea for trolleys were pretty much diminished by the time this bridge was created. It does have interesting loops going back to the highway. This is the only bridge that connects to the highways, both highways. From the BQE, the 278, to the FDR Drive. It's the only bridge that connects to them. And I do like the way it looks when you're driving around it. Got some nice arches. However, this does look a little sketchy. But it's a little weird because the suspension would usually go all the way across to the point where it returns into the ground, but here it kind of just sits under it for a while before it ascends. So the strength is still here, but it's just under the bridge until it rises up. This bridge was made in 1873, I believe. But I do like the arches. They do have some nice arches underneath the bridges. There's the pedestrian walkway. I was here on Monday. It's a nice mile walk to get up there. There's a lot of people take up here though. A lot of people taking pictures. I've never seen so many people use a phone just to model. Like, let me see an example. They're like this. Like every time, so many people. I couldn't do it. I can't take selfies like that on a bridge all the time. It's I don't know. I'm really self-aware when it comes to those things. I don't like to do that. I don't take selfies or anything. Instagram or stuff like that. It seems a little parasocial to me. Here is the Skewsco Bridge. Remember, this bridge was under construction. It's finished though, but this is a cable stayed bridge. This is what I meant by a hybrid. So cable stayed bridges are just bridges that just go right into the bridge and they just hold it up. They're not suspended or anything. They're towers of the support compared to the suspension bridge. And the Brooklyn Bridge is a hybrid of a suspension and a cable stayed. This is the border between Brooklyn and Queens, by the way. So this is Queens, this is Brooklyn. I believe that river is called the Newton Creek. Is for my favorite parks. This is Prospect Park in Brooklyn. Really nice park. You got your zoo. You got nice playgrounds. You got a lot of walking space. All the way up to Grand Army Plaza. Again, you cannot speed in Brooklyn. There's cameras everywhere. There's speed traps everywhere. If you have a GPS, your GPS will tell you where the speed traps are. But this is Grand Army Plaza. I still don't know who this guy is. I've lived in Brooklyn for so long and I still don't know who these people are. That person has... Never mind, I'm not going to zoom in any closer. I like it, Dan. No, it's art. I'm fine. I do know there's a naked man on that statue. Over here. Somewhere in there. This is Flatbush Avenue. Flatbush Avenue is by far the most popular road in Brooklyn. The road that extends from Brooklyn to Queens to Manhattan. It goes through 3 boroughs. If you didn't know, this is Queens. All of Rockaway Beach is Queens. It's not part of Brooklyn at all. Actually, I should actually tell you why Manhattan is shaped like this. If you didn't know, or if you ever wanted to wonder why there are always high-rise buildings in downtown Brooklyn, Manhattan, and then it kind of goes flat, going closer to Midtown, but then when you reach Midtown, the high-rise buildings begin again. It is because underneath Manhattan, when you're building a building, you have to look for the water table and bedrock, some kind of foundation where a building can be placed. The water table is close because yes, we're next to the river and there are some man-made places made, landfill. However, you still want to look for bedrock, a place that's solid enough for buildings to be placed without it sinking. So they make piles underneath the ground. Manhattan has a weird foundation when it comes to bedrock. It's really strong in this portion, then it's kind of shallow over here. That's why the buildings are really low. Then it's really strong in this area. The stone in the area that allows the buildings to be placed over skyscrapers like this, called Manhattan schist. What the rock is called. Let me look it up. Manhattan. Cannot spell it all. They found there are rocks of it placed around Central Park. Just like this one. This is what Manhattan schist looks like. Just in Central Park. Just still in there on the ground. But it's a strong rock. It's a rock as hard as steel. That's why they're able to build skyscrapers on top of these rocks. These look like metamorphic rocks, I assume. They're very striated. They have to be metamorphic. This is Hudson Yards. Hudson Yards, it was a new development that was being created. And this is the vessel. There's a story to the vessel. The vessel is an architectural piece that was created, yes. However, it's temporarily closed. The reason why is because people would come here to do suicide all the time. So it is closed for that reason. Prevent people from jumping off of this thing. Under here is just a train yard. This train yard used to span all the way across under here, but they buried it with Hudson Yards. They might continue to do the same thing, just going further. And this is just the Lincoln Tunnel. Probably seen this from Odar's stream, where he drew the Lincoln Tunnel. It's pretty much the same thing. This is the High Line. This is an abandoned train network, abandoned Amtrak line that was meant to go to downtown Brooklyn, World Trade. However, it was just abandoned. It was never used. It was used, but it wasn't used enough. So they discontinued the service and left the tracks here. They converted it into a park. So it's just an elevated park that spans across Manhattan. Not as far as you would think, but it's a good distance. What else is there? If you ever come to New York City, you can go to Coney Island. It's New York's amusement park, but don't come here after it rains, after a thunderstorm. I can tell you, this is a fact. In New York City, it might be the same for most cities, honestly, but when it rains, New York City's, let me see if I can find one. I know there's one over here. Right here. New York City's sewer system cannot keep up because the inflow of water from the streets flood the system, forcing sewage into the ocean. Avoid going swimming in New York City after a rainy day. Avoid this beach. Just a tip. Same thing with Rockaway Beach. Just avoid the beach after a strong thunderstorm or something like that. Who knows? You might get sewer water one day. This is JFK Airport. You could base your game's airports off of this if you use the DLC. This airport is really large, however, but try to think of the terminals like this. I do this all the time. Like, I do this here, actually. Have a point where the highway just kind of enters and kind of wraps around. Most terminals will do that. So in this case, this is the 678, the Van Wyck Expressway. It'll enter into a certain point and kind of literally wick its way around the airport. So from terminal 1 to... This is 5, I know that. There's 8 terminals. I must be blind. 1, 2... Don't know where... Here's 4, but where on earth is 3? Yeah, there's 2, 4, 5, 7. Where is 6? 8 and 9. They must be combined. So it must be 1 and 2. 1, 2, 3, and 4 must be combined. But kind of like that. Kind of make the highway kind of like merge its way inside the airport. Put some parking in there if you have to. They have another highway that enters the airport. But that's just New York City. A lot of traffic. this area. Or you could do like LaGuardia. LaGuardia has their runway kind of, not runway, but their entrance right off the highway. Run along the side, then kind of enter back onto the highway. LaGuardia is a smaller airport. It is newly constructed, however. It was newly renovated. This place was like a maze before. It was hard to get around, but it looks like it's finally done. Yeah, it's finally, it actually looks really nice. Oh, without this barrier, it would look nice. Oop. This is what it looked like before. Yeah. Wow, it changed a lot. Yeah, it changed a lot. Wow, they did a lot. This is an after image. Before, it looked empty. Yeah, they did a lot. Yeah, but this is before. After. They added this thing above. I don't know what this is, but it is all under construction at the time. But I believe it's finished now. Central Park. One thing about Central Park. All of Manhattan used to be the same grid going across the entire borough. However, the idea came upon where people would want a park in Manhattan. So what they did was they kind of destroyed. Manhattan is from 59th Street to 110th Street, so subtract those numbers. That's how many, and subtract those numbers and subtract how many houses per block was destroyed. That's how many houses they destroyed to build this park. Lots. People had to leave this area for this park to be built. But it's now known as the lungs of New York City. Just because of its large green space. If you zoom out, it's a really large green space in Manhattan. And this is the reservoir in Manhattan as well. You got the Central Park Zoo. You've seen that movie Madagascar. You're all pretty much in here. Where is it? Somewhere over here. It's right around here. I believe it's around here. Then you got some nice museums placed alongside, like the Guggenheim. Toilet bowl. Made by Frank Lloyd Wright. He never got to live to see this thing being created because he died before it was finished. That's a sad thing about being an architect. Sometimes you can die before the building's finished, but you can never see its fruition. You can never see your creation with your own eyes, but I guess you'll know it's there. They changed the name of this bridge. Robert F. Kennedy. This bridge was called the Triborough Bridge. Changed it to Robert F. Kennedy. Why? Triborough, a lot better, because it was 3 bridges coming into one. Triborough. With Triboroughs. Bronx, Manhattan, and Queens. Same thing here. They were going to change the name of the Verrazano Bridge. Happy they didn't. Prefer this name, Verrazano. This one is the longest suspension bridge in America. I don't know why you cannot go on this bridge. Is it just because it's underneath? You just can't go on it. Oh, see, I want to go on the upper level. I can't see anything on the lower level. Right here, please. Yep. Really tall 2 towers, 4 cables coming down. Is 8 lanes above, 8 lanes on the bottom. Really large bridge. That spans to a $20 toll just to leave Staten Island. I find that ridiculous. To enter Staten Island, it costs well, no, to leave Staten Island, it costs $20. That's too much money. From an Easy Pass, $20? I can understand that. Not really, but I can sort of understand this for the Holland Tunnel. Costs a lot of money. Under construction right now because they're making everything cashless. So they're putting in just cameras. This all used to be a toll booth, but they removed it. They're taking away people's jobs and replacing it with automation. But I believe this is, I think this is $18 for the tunnel. The Verrazano Bridge is expensive, man. All to enter a highway that always full of traffic, the Staten Island Expressway. Probably no traffic now, but it gets bad. Rush hour. Really bad. There's this highway I hate. New Jersey Turnpike. One side's always closed. I'm not sure why, but it doesn't matter. They have 3 lanes anyway. This is a 6-lane highway. Well, technically a 12-lane highway, but the outer lane is for trucks. Trucks and cars. The inside is for cars only. And I guess when they close one lane, trucks can go in the middle. Newark. Newark's airport. I really like Newark's airport. It is really uniform. Everything kind of wraps around really nicely. You could build this really easy in City Skylines if you wanted to. Parking is really uniform. Everything is just very straightforward. If you miss something, they give you the ability to turn around. Just keep going straight around. Really nice. They even have their own train, their monorail. I can find it. Here. They have their own monorail. Take you to parking. Take you to rental parking, and take you even to the terminal. The New Jersey Transit. There's a lot of parking too. Long-term parking, my goodness. Yeah, Newark is a really nice airport. Same thing with O'Hare. Chicago. Somewhere over here, somewhere up here, somewhere over here. There it is. O'Hare is a really large airport in the middle of the city. Really big. Why do they have so many runways? My goodness. O'Hare is nicely designed as well. It's really similar to what I do. Just make a highway, in this case the 190, straight in, make a loop around, gets us right out. You have the chance to turn around if you want to. A lot of parking. And they even got the different like tunnels to enter the different terminals, which is nice. It's really easy in City Skylines. Even they have the train entering as well. The train enters from the bottom, from underneath. From right here. The blue line from Chicago. Is it just called Blue? I don't remember. They have a name, right? Yeah, it's just Blue Line. Yeah, Blue Line. But if there was one thing I would like to do in City Skylines, hopefully in City Skylines 2, I would want to make a metro like Chicago. Where is the downtown? Downtown's up here. Where can I find it? It's very easy to see. Let me take off traffic. Right here. The loop. I want to imitate the Chicago loop. I've been here before. I really like the way how this thing works. The stations are really close though. Like, really close. Not even a block distance. Just that close. But I have heard people and their reasons why the stations are so close. Why they don't complain. Because in winter, it's really cold. You don't want to get out here and walk all the way over here to get to work. They would rather take the next stop and get off here. Save a little time. Keep warm. And Chicago is a windy city. I would like to imitate this. Like, these are really sharp turns, but the Chicago's trains are really small. They can make these turns really easily. Much especially this portion right here. You can't really do this too often or too much with City Skylines, this portion right here. Because the nodes will get a little funky over here. It won't look right. They got the, what color? They got orange, green, brown, pink. I can just press it honestly. What am I counting for? Purple. Yeah, 6 trains. All stop at one platform. I mean, sure, granted, different colors will stop at each side, but I really like the way it was made. Same thing with their interchanges. The interchanges are really nicely compressed in their city. 290. This is actually all new. I don't remember this being so clean. Yeah, this is really new. Yeah, funky nodes. Get those red lines and awful looking things. I don't even know what to call them. Yeah, they got the 94 and the 90, I-90, I-94. It's all really nice. Nicely placed. I do wish if City Skylines 2 could do this, they could have like smooth ramps and smooth exits like this. Like this is just really smooth. It kind of goes in and kind of slithers down. I mean, sure, you could do it with Move It, but I want to see that naturally. That's a lot of traffic. Oh my goodness. But I want to see it's happen naturally. Chicago did the same thing. Well, Chicago did it first. New York is following after. But their parks are really nice. I've been to this park, Millennium Park. Really nice. Made by, I believe, Frank Gehry. I think. Cloudgate. They call the bean. Because it looks like a bean. I don't know why it's called Cloudgate, but I could have been one of these people in this crowd. I was standing over there, taking a picture. Wait. Not gonna lie, that kind of looked like me. Yeah, a lot of people would stand under this and take a picture, look up. It would look like... Let me see if I can find it on my phone, actually. I don't know if I could show this on the screen, but... on my camera, but... I have images of myself looking at this thing. It was in 2018, I believe. I was here. Yeah, 2018. Go. Roll down. I took so many pictures in Chicago, my goodness. If I can show this in the camera. I don't know if it'll come out correctly. Maybe turn my brightness up. This is what looking in the thing looked like. I don't know if you can see it. Let me turn off this light. It's really bright. This is what it would look like. Very, very strange, to say the least. Well, I was wearing red that day, so I was wearing long sleeve too. It was probably cold. I don't know how these people were surviving. It was really cold that day. We take a boat tour. The boat tour was nice. But I do notice that Chicago has a lot of terminals. They have this portion right here from Amtrak. Amtrak and their Metra lines. Their Metra comes here all the time. They have the, what color? Chicago Union Station. That's a lot of trains. Well, they're mostly Amtrak, but MDW, MD North, NSC, yes, USH. Like, that's a lot. Then they have another one up here, which is another terminal for 3 more lines. Up. They're all up. Another one here for LaSalle Street. which is just one line, but a lot of trains still come here. And there's one more. Or, not this one. Where's the last stop? Maybe Millennium Park is the last stop. Here it is. Millennium Station. We got a lot of terminals in Chicago. Chicago's like that, your ideal city for what you want to strive for, if I'm being honest. It's got the waterways, got the bridges, it's got the highways running through, got the terminals for days, got the parks on the waterfront by the lake, which you could use as an ocean for City Skylines because you can't resemble this much water in City Skylines anyway. You got the downtown area. Nice. The Willis Tower right there. I've been in this thing. You got little glass boxes on the side where you can jump out of. Not jump out of. Jump on. And then these are right here. They got like little glass windows. You can just walk out on it and stand on it and look down to your death. But Chicago's a nice city to imitate if you're doing City Skylines, if I'm being honest. Got the the idea of what would you rather have along your coast, a highway or a park? Chicago does both. You put US 41 on the side, park, that then turns into a highway later on. They even got the nice boats and the pier. This is nice. I really love this pier. This pier was really fun. They had a whole garden in here, which was pretty cool. Ferris wheel. I really liked it in here. There was a lot to do in Chicago at the time. We came through the airport, through Midway Airport, which is the orange line. The orange line goes straight to the airport. It's over here. Down. What's past it? There it is. Yeah, this is a new airport. Very, very small. It's like a... Not international. International is O'Hare. This one's definitely... It says international. You know, O'Hare is the international airport. This one's more regional. You could take this throughout the states. Fly here if you wanted to. You could just take the train. Midway train straight into Chicago. Orange line. Back to New York City. I think I've talked enough about New York City, if I'm being honest. I don't know what else to talk about. Parkway. Linden Boulevard was a road that I would take a lot. A lot of roads in New York City, they follow the grid, yes. They cut off a lot. When I say cut off, I mean their road comes to an abrupt end and they continue somewhere else. For example, look at Sutter Avenue. Sutter Avenue will continue here. It'll turn into a small road here. And then it will just completely vanish. Gone. You would think Sutter Avenue ended, but it doesn't. For some reason, it continues over here. It's the same Sutter Avenue. It continues all the way across into Queens. Then it ends finally right here. Same thing with Linden. Linden does the same thing. Linden Boulevard, where is it? Parkway. Linden is a hard one to spot. Must be blind. Parkway, 16th. There it is, Linden. And the roads don't make sense. This is 111th Avenue. This is 115th Avenue. Where's 14th, 13th, 12th? Linden took one of its places, so I understand that. Linden, right here, it does not start there. It actually cuts off right here. It continues here, cuts off here, continues here, cuts off here, and then it takes its place back. Highway. Oh, Linden Boulevard. It's a boulevard. You can see all these train yards are placed. Fun fact. The 3 train is one of the only few trains to have a yard after its last stop. Yes, that's true. The Linden is a good tree, but my favorite tree in this game It has to be one of these content creator trees, but it's the this one. I love the Eastern Cottonwood. I don't know, I like the height of it. The heights and the bush that it makes. I like it. I also like the horse, what is this called then? The horse chestnut. I like this one as well. So also this one. Purple ones. Jacaranda. I call it Jamaica. I can't read. It's just blooming Jamaica. I like this one as well. Oh, isn't this tree in Taiwan? Or am I thinking of something else? Baobab tree? Oh geez, I never used that before, but I do like the generic palm. Oh, African, that's what it is, yeah. Good, they don't get stuck anymore. That's perfect. Why do they take the upper level? They know they can't park up here. You're trying to leave the city, you're looking for a parking spot. I understand that I made a spot for them to go down. I've learned this when building an airport many times and failing. Upper level does not work for cars. Unless you're playing in a parking mode, what's it called? If you're using the TMPE setting for realistic parking. Upper level does not work. The cars will not stop. They won't park. Also, pedestrians tend to use the upper level more than the lower level. Which is strange. So what I would normally do is just, like here, you're walking up to the upper level. You make a bridge across, and you kind of elevate it so they can walk up here. So they like to use the upper level for some reason, more than the lower level. So I've learned that with experience when building the airport. You do the same thing all around. You build upper levels and lower levels, and they change their elevation all the time, which is nice. I give them a choice to do that. And then always have some kind of way for them to turn around if they want to find another parking spot. That's usually how you get the parking lots filled in the airports. Always have a spot for them to turn around. I still might reconstruct this airport completely. I might do something. I could copy an airport. JFK might be too big. But I think an O'Hare would be fine if I were to copy O'Hare's airport. O'Hare is really large, but I will cut down the runway sizes by a lot. This one, JFK, just has 1, 2, 3, 4 runways. Some little taxiways on the side. O'Hare had too many to count. I don't think I'd do that. Aqueduct Racetrack. This has been turned into a casino. Yeah, they turned this racetrack into casinos. That makes sense. Racetrack, you want to gamble there all the time. Oh yeah, I was just saying. You'll notice the 3 train, the number 3. Only train to have a yard after its last stop. One of the only ones. The next one is the C, but it's underground, so you can't see it. So it's kind of hard to explain that one. But the 3 train is one of the only ones to do this. Every other train, the yard, like the L train, for example, forward stop, right next to it for this case. Which is cool, because they kind of prevented you from building a house over here. Like, if I were to go here, you would just see L train, Rockaway Parkway Station, Canarsie. But if you were to go further back, this train is on the ground. Usually you don't see this too often with New York City subways, but it's on the ground. That's why they put this giant fence to prevent you from entering this area. It's really restricted. They really don't want you jumping this fence. Barbed wire and everything. It's a subway train. They have a third rail. You could really die if you touch one of these things. You can see here, this is the A train. I mentioned this before. The A train is not my favorite train. This is the A train's yard. It comes out from underground, but it goes under a building complex. You could see it through Linden Boulevard. You peek your head through a window. What is this giant sensor? If you peek through this garage right here, you sometimes see a train just chilling there, right there. That's Pitkin Yard. Oh yeah, I'm not a fan of this train. All because of, I think this service over here is really stupid. If they're going to make a train split, they should have made the C train come over here and make the A train come down here by itself. I don't know why they made... Well, I know why they made the C train last stop right here at Euclid Avenue. Because the train could turn around at Euclid, because the yard is right here. But I still think they should have made the C train go to Lefferts instead. Make the A train go down, so it's not confusing. Because during rush hour, the A train also has a choice of going left or right. To Far Rockaway or Rockaway Beach. Only during rush hour, however. The real A train line goes to Far Rockaway, Mott Avenue. The S train, the shuttle, S train represents shuttle, will always go down here. There is a little yard for the S train as well. But the main yard is at Pitkin Yard, the one that's under the building. This one, I believe, is the largest yard. This is a Coney Island yard. Giving access to the F, the D, N, Q, and the G train. With more as well in this area as well. If you go on the Belt Parkway, it's like an ocean of trains. Look down. Pretty nice view. I'll just chill there. On the wrong side of the highway. There we go. The ocean of trains on there. You can see everything from the newer, what's this, R160 trains to the pump train, the old R32s. I don't even know what that is. That's a history one right there. To the R42. New York City really needs to update their trains, if I'm being honest. The problem is, they have too many different trains. I don't know why they do that. They should be like the other countries, where they have all the same trains to make it easy to repair, they know what they need. That's why that's why New York City doesn't have any gates for their stations, because their trains are different sizes. It'd be a little too complicated to have a gate, or a safety gate. They're doing it with the 7 train, because the 7 train is going to be always the same. You can have the 7 train... 7 train is a special case. This train it runs like it's fully automated. They come by every 5 minutes. Sometimes even closer, like maybe 3. Or even 2 sometimes, because there's so many trains on this line. But this train only has 1 yard. I don't know how they fit... I don't know how they have enough 7 trains, to be honest. Yankee Stadium, they put the yard in the middle of the Yankee Stadium. I find it strange, but they got their own car wash. This is a train car wash. Right here. Right here, Grand Central Parkway. See them pass by. This lower level goes to the yard. This is the actual line up here, the upper level. Again, the 7 train has a diamond, which means it's rush hour express. That's why there's 3 tracks instead of 4. 4. 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 3 tracks is peak rush hour. So the same thing can be said about the J train. The J train is peak rush hour, however, only after Myrtle Avenue. I think this was a mistake with the Z train. Because the M train from here is local, beyond this point. The J train will be express peak rush hour, depending on the direction. In the afternoon, it'll be rush hour express up until Myrtle Avenue. While the M train will be local, blah blah blah. But I think they missed an opportunity with the Z train. The Z train is special because this train only appears during rush hour. Other than that, you will only see a J. So the Z train will start all the way by Jamaica. It does a service called skip stop, meaning it'll stop at. There is no third rail here. Keep that in mind. So it'll stop at a station. It might skip the next one, then stop at the next one, then skip the next one, or skip the next two and stop. They're dumb service because there's no third rail, and the J train could be in front of the Z train at any moment. Because it's rush hour at the time, so there's going to be more J trains on the track, but there's also Z trains as well. But there are only 6 Z trains in the morning and 6 Z trains at night. It's very rare to see a Z train, to be honest. That's why I think it's a dumb train. Like here, you see the J train stops here, but the J and Z train stops here. And here, the J and Z train stops here. So the Z train skips this one, stops here. Train stops here as well. They have to stop here. I think what they should have done was made the Z train express from Broadway Junction to Myrtle and to Delancey Street, but it doesn't do that. The Z train stops here, even though there is a third rail in the middle. But the Z train skips this one on the local track. Stops here at Gates. And it skips Kosciuszko. And then it's expressed with the J train. The Z train was a missed opportunity, in my opinion. Either that or it's redundant, in my opinion. That's what I mentioned earlier with the 9. There used to be... Too far. Under 7th Avenue are a series of number trains. Here. For good stations. 18th Street, 23rd, 8th, 34th Street. 1, 2, and 3. These are all the red digits. There used to be a 9. It used to be 1, 2, 3, and 9. The 9 train did the same thing as the 1 train. However, it did it in a worst way possible, which is the reason why it was deemed worse than the Z train. I'll give you a good example. So, after, I believe, 70 or 96th Street. 96? Yeah, after 96th Street, this is the last stop. The 2 and 3 train will be at the 1. So the 2 and 3 train will turn away from the 1. At the time, it would be the 1 and 9 by itself. So, imagine you're on the 1 train, sitting there relaxing. Your next stop is... right here, 116th Street. The 9 train stopped here. The 1 train skipped it. Because it did skip stop. They both did skip stop together. So, 1/10 is the 1 train. The next stop was the 9 train stop, which is 1/16th. And the next stop was the 1 train stop, which is 125th. They would skip each other, giving you no chance to transfer until you reach a certain point where they can transfer together. It was a dumb train. Like here, it'll be the 1 and 9 will stop here together. But if you wanted to go back, you have to find a 1 or a 9 train to your corresponding station. It was so confusing. At the time. I believe the 9 train was removed in 2005, I believe. Don't take my word on that, but it was removed a long time ago. It was removed in the 2000s. This is the C train's last stop. This is where the C train has a hidden yard up ahead. It's underground, but you can't see it. I know it's there, but I guess you don't have to know that. And this is the last large yard in Manhattan. I think this is the only yard that's revealed in Manhattan. This is the 201st or 207th Street yard next to the water. These are where trains would be loaded onto the track sometimes. Not oftentimes, but sometimes. On this yard and 9th Street yard. 9th Street yard is by the right by the ocean. D train. This is the 9th Street yard. Oh my goodness. You can see this is where the D train would turn underground. And under here. Go under 4th Avenue. And meet with the N and the R train at this stop. However, there is one track, a freight track, on the side that keeps going. It keeps going all the way until it reaches the ocean or the ports. And they would load it up right here. They would load anything from the ocean onto this track right here and just bring it into the subway. 9th Street. Normally into Coney Island Yard, because that is the largest yard. That's where most things get done. I should honestly just change my title to just talking about New York. But once I'm done talking, I'll probably end the stream. This is a freight train. Next to the N train. D train is above ground. The N train is underground. Not underground, on the ground. Why does it say D here, actually? Why does it say... The D train doesn't stop here. Only the N. Unless they did some kind of weird service change. But this is the N train, not the D. Ignore this D, but this is the N train's line. Yeah, this is the D, going across. N train keeps going straight down. This is the freight train that I was talking about earlier. The freight train, it keeps going across. The freight train goes really far. If you keep following it, you will meet back with the L train from earlier. L train will then meet with the 3 train. The freight train connects with the 3 train and the L train. It's a way for this is a yard right here where the work trains will be assembled and be brought onto the track. Either that or they can keep going. This used to be Long Island train. Full freight train used to be Long Island train. An abandoned station down here. East New York Station. And this is where a Long Island train does stop. Instead of here. East New York Station. Used to be 2 trains here. But one's abandoned. Still see the platform, it still exists. There's a way to get down there, but I don't think it's gated at all either. Continues, it's all underground, and it comes out on the other side. L train, it comes out with the L train, so right here is where the other side is. And this is only one side of the L train. The other half of the L train is underground. The station, Wilson Avenue Station, just past it. And the L train goes back underground from this point. The freight train keeps going straight up. Where it will meet with the M train and the Long Island train. Or the abandoned Long Island Railroad. It is now a freight yard. This is the M train on the side. M train's yard. It's really small. You can almost barely fit the full 8-car set on these. But they still do it. The last stop on the M train. The freight train keeps going, it just goes underground and comes back over here. What I'm getting at is that this train eventually meets with Amtrak, which will eventually go into the Hell's Gate Bridge, which is an asset that I actually have on game. Skylines, where you can find most things. This is the Hell Gate. Hell Gate Complex and Gantry. In bridge mode, there you go. This works with adaptive networks. You have it. Works pretty well with adaptive networks. To get it to connect, I was always having a problem with connecting this thing, but you would just take this road and convert it into an upper portion. Just pull it forward. Do the same thing for the other side. And then you connect the viaduct portion after that to get it to work. To get this to work, you need adaptive network. Press it and just allow these things to spawn, and then it works. It's the gantry, or for Hell's Gate. There's this bridge right here in New York City. Looks exactly the same, to be honest. It is washed out in color. It used to be bright red. Very pinkish now. Really tall. Imagine walking outside and this thing's towering over you. Yeah, it's really tall. Yeah, but it's really pink now. It used to be really bright red. I don't know who's gonna paint that thing, but I don't think I can go on it all. I can go down here though. Watch it. Yeah, it's really, really washed out. Roosevelt Island. Ed Koch Bridge. Ed Koch Memorial Bridge, also known as the 59th Street Bridge. This bridge connects to Queens Boulevard on one side. Actually access to... Oh, this is all new. For the Grand Central opening, Long Island train. They made an entirely new yard for the trains that go there. And this is actually a special station, if you couldn't tell. I don't know why... The W is normal, I guess. This is mainly the station for the 7 and the N. If you didn't know, New York City used to be two different companies that ran the trains. It never used to be MTA. It used to be, I don't know what their names were back then, but there were two different companies. That's why the trains are different sizes. The number trains, you could see they're really short, the 3-car door width, while the letter trains are really long, they're 4-car door width. They're also sizes are different. The letter trains are very wide, number trains are very thin. So number trains can drive on letter tracks. They just need, like, they have a little gap, too much of a gap to walk across. Number trains cannot fit in a letter train. Well, letter trains cannot fit in a number train's tunnel. They would destroy their tunnel or scrape it. They destroy their platforms as well. However, there is a junction between them at this point. This is the only junction that you will find between letters or numbers. N train cannot cross here. Shouldn't cross here because it'll destroy the station or itself if it were ever to cross here and stop somewhere. The 7 train, however, can stop here. Can cross, but it's pointless. Only use it for work trains, I guess. This is the Ed Koch Bridge. It's a nice bridge. Not really a suspension bridge, but it does have suspension cables within it. Who are you? That was a jump scare. I'm on their side. I don't want to be up there. This bridge is kind of hard to maneuver around, if I'm being honest. Yeah. So the cables are within these steel beams in here that allow this bridge to be held up. I'm not sure what to call this bridge. It's not a suspension. It's not... It's more like some kind of weird truss. I'm not sure what kind of bridge this is, to be honest. Even their stands, their pillars, I feel like they're really skinny. But they must be strong, but they look so skinny. Like, especially this one, it's so thin. How does it hold up that much support? Like, I can understand this one. That's their separation between the two bridges, but usually when they're this wide, they're meant to resist air resistance and prevent crushing from a different angles. Like if they were all this, I feel like it would crush. But having this one between at least certain points does help the structure. I feel like it's so thin. You know what I mean? It's like two sticks, toothpicks, holding up large steel and cars. I'll enter into Manhattan on 59th Street. Or it's 61st, I believe. 60th and 59th, okay. All on 2nd Avenue. Is where Broadway meets Columbus Circle. Columbus Circle. I mentioned this earlier about New York City and roundabouts. They're not called roundabouts, they're called circles. They all have traffic lights within them. There are no yields at all. Which makes it a little complicated. But they do work. When they do work, they do work. Columbus Circle works. The lights work at the right time. There are some roundabouts that I've driven through, those lights do not work at the same time. It's actually awful. It's Columbus Circle. Let me show you an example. Benton, I'm looking for Easton. Easton, Pennsylvania. Getting close. Right here. This is Easton Circle. When I tell you this is bad, I mean it's really bad. So say I'm right here, light turns green, I go through. This light is red for a while. This light is green. Then this light turns green while this light's still red. You can see the problem already. Already backing up. And it's only one lane. And I continue. I go next. This light turns green. This light's red. I'm still stuck. I cannot move. When this light turns green, this light's still red. I cannot move. There is no flow within this circle when a light turns green. Same thing when any light that's from the outside turns green. Forcibly stuck in this circle. Causes so much traffic. If you were to go here during a daytime, this place would always be red. Traffic. And now it's nighttime. It's midnight, so nobody's driving in Pennsylvania at midnight. I just realized I said it's midnight. I need to sleep. IKEA. You ever been in IKEA before? Don't get me wrong, I like IKEA. I do like their furniture. It is overpriced, I will say that. But I do not like walking in the store. Once you enter through the front door, you cannot escape until you walk through the entire store. It's smart. But I hate it. You know what? I think that'll be it for today. I think in the end it turned into a just chatting stream about New York City. I will save this city for today. Tomorrow, I'm going to work on this upper portion right here. I'm gonna fix this interchange. I'm gonna prepare myself for this industrial port. And I think that would be mostly it for tomorrow. I do want to finish making towns as well for tomorrow. Who knows? I might actually make the zoo. So I think that'll be it for today. Had a nice just chatting stream. I will be streaming tomorrow, same time, 7:30 p.m. I wish you all a good day, or I guess good morning, everyone. It's tomorrow. It is today, technically. I will be late. I will be live today, I guess, later. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you for coming. Okay, this is 8.